Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's August 3rd meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. We're going to start the meeting this morning with an invocation provided by Pastor Pete Ernst. And if you would remain standing, Supervisor Gould will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Shall we pray? Father God, we thank you for your divine providence in giving us the privilege to live here in Mojave County, Arizona. Thank you for enriching our lives, d'etat douce, in this great constitutional republic. We give thanks to you as our Creator for life, liberty, and the message of your Son. We give thanks to you for watching over us, for where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Thank you, Lord God, for Mojave County that still allows an invocation to be given before their meetings. Give wisdom to us this day as decisions are made that affect all of us. We pray for those who you have placed in authority over us, and we ask your help in helping them make wise decisions for the people of this county. We pray that you would guide them in their wisdom found through their experience, but also through life. We humbly pray for our Sheriff's Department, for each of our Board of Supervisors. Protect all our public servants of Mojave County. Help us to do better in leaving behind a greater legacy of liberty and freedom for our children and grandchildren. May this prayer be acceptable in your sight, Lord God. We humbly pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please join me in the salute to the flag that flies over the greatest nation ever to exist. I pledge allegiance to the flag of
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 A3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on August 17th, 2026 at 9 a.m.
So moved.
With that motion and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have its order. Thank you, board. We'll move to the official business to come before the board this morning. Item number 1, discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. Attorney's office?
Good morning, Chairman. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to item number 2, committee and or legislative reports. We'll start with Supervisor Letman.
Well, I was going to defer my time over to a question for our clerk of the board, who's standing right behind me. Any news in the world of baseball we should know about?
No, be nice. Yes, Dirk is now a Dodger, and he pitches tomorrow for the first time against the Chicago Cubs.
So Tarek Scooble's her son. That's all. One other item. I will be in Phoenix tomorrow to meet with the lead attorney on our pending lawsuit with the MCAA.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended the State Republican Party Executive Committee meeting where we went over our budget and our plans to beat Katie Hobbs and the rest of the Democrats. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Borelli?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Martin?
Yes, I had a meeting last week with 3 representatives from the Bureau of Land Management regarding an ongoing borough problem in the Black Mountains and in Mojave County, and it was very productive. I learned a lot of information that I had previously not known about where the roadblock is, about why these boroughs aren't being captured. It's coming from the top, and next week I have a meeting with Representative Gosar on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This morning I'll provide another just very brief water update from Mojave County. First, we'll go Colorado River. The Bureau of Reclamation released its final environmental impact statement for the Colorado River operations after 2026 this past Friday. The first thing the public should understand is that this document does not yet impose a final allocation or permanent schedule of water reductions on Arizona or any of the lower basin states. We're waiting for the record of decision to do that. It provides the environmental analysis and the legal foundation for the Secretary of the Interior's upcoming record of decision. Operating rules are expected to be established in 2-year intervals and adjusted as reservoir levels, runoff, and water use conditions change as a part of a new 10-year plan. While that additional flexibility may be necessary, it also creates much more uncertainty for the lower basin states, water users, communities, and businesses. Essentially, that means that the 7 basin states and the federal government will be in unending negotiations for the next 10 years over how much water is available and who must absorb the future reductions. The scale of these potential reductions, as we have now seen, is significant. Federal government's representative model evaluates lower basin shortages of up to 3.6 million acre feet, including reductions to Mexico. Under that modeled scenario, Arizona could face reductions approaching 1.96 million acre feet. Those figures are not yet final allocations, but they do demonstrate the magnitude of the risk being evaluated. The final EIS also makes an uncomfortable point very clear that if the Colorado River continues to experience critically dry conditions, that even historically large reductions may not be enough to stabilize Lakes Powell and Meade. The Colorado River supports our on-river communities, recreation and tourism, power generation, and agriculture. Reductions affecting Arizona's Central Arizona project could have statewide economic consequences that eventually reach every county, including ours. The most important unresolved question today is how the future reductions will be divided in 2027 and 2028. That information will be known once the federal record of decision is released. Arizona must continue defending its legal entitlements, and Mojave County and Mojave County Water Authority must continue defending the interests of our on-river communities as the intra-Arizona consultation process continues in determining how Arizona's cuts will be apportioned and applied. And that's my report on the Colorado River. I'll move to the second major issue, which is the Wallapai Valley Basin INA case that's going through the Arizona court process right now. The Arizona Court of Appeals, for those that are following that process, will hear oral arguments this Thursday, August 6th at 11 a.m. The legal issue is narrow, but those that live here, the consequences are pretty enormous. In 2022, just a brief history, the ADWR designated the Wallapai Valley Basin as an irrigation on expansion area after receiving hydrologic evidence, conducting public hearings and proceedings, and determining that the additional irrigation expansion threatened this basin. Maricopa County Superior Judge, Judge Scott Blaney, later invalidated ADWR's designation, concluding that INA action constituted rulemaking and therefore had to comply with requirements under Arizona's Administrative Procedure Act. ADWR, Mojave County, City of Kingman, and others are arguing in court that an INA designation under state law within the 1980 Arizona Groundwater Code is not rulemaking. It is a basin-specific decision made under procedures expressly established by the Arizona legislature in the 1980 Arizona Groundwater Management Act. ADWR further argues that even if the designation were considered a rule, that the Groundwater Management Act already provides the controlling notice, hearing, evidentiary, and judicial review procedures. Mojave County filed an amicus brief in this case supporting ADWR because this case is about whether rural Arizona communities like ours have a dependable legal framework tool to respond before a groundwater basin is irreparably damaged. Our desired outcome is for the Court of Appeals to reverse the Superior Court and uphold ADWR's authority to designate the INA under the process established in statute by the legislature. That would not shut down existing farms. Currently, there's 16,500 acres that are being actively cultivated in the Wallapai Basin. It would preserve the existing agricultural footprint while preventing the addition of newly irrigated acreage in a basin already experiencing serious groundwater depletion. The Court of Appeals has temporarily stayed the lower court's judgment. As a result, the INA remains in effect today, and the irrigation of new acreage that was not irrigated during the statutory 5-year period remains prohibited while the case is pending. If ADWR prevails, Arizona will retain a practical middle ground tool in the INA for rural basins, which is more protective than doing nothing, but far less extensive than establishing an active management area. If ADWR loses, the consequences beyond the Walpi Valley, the subsequent INA process can become slower, more uncertain, and more vulnerable to repeated litigation throughout rural Arizona. So we'll certainly keep everybody posted on both of those water issues, and that's all I have for this morning's report. Thank you. We'll move to item number 3, County Manager's Report. Manager Strahl.
No report this day.
Okay. We have one presentation this morning. A presentation on Mojave County election process by the Mojave County Recorder and Mojave County Elections Departments. If you'd like to come forward to the podium, please. Morning.
Good morning.
Please proceed. You waiting for a presentation? Can we get the presentation up, please? Time is money here. To the IT booth, can we get the presentation up on the screens, please? Okay. They waved at me, so they're on it. Thank you for your patience. Supervisor Letman's announcement, your son is the first and only Dodger I've ever liked. So,
Yes. I think that's the politically correct thing to say.
I'm rooting for him.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go. Laura to the rescue. Thank you, Laura.
Lydia and I are going to talk about the election process, kind of just a little bit of the 2026 election overview for the primary election. So first we'll talk about our 2 different departments and what we do. It's one whole goal of completing the election, but we are 2 separate departments. So we just kind of wanted to clarify that for anybody that didn't know that we are separate departments. So the elections department, which is my department, we accept all the candidate recall and initiative petitions. We accept all the campaign finance forms from candidates who are filing. We do all the precinct boundaries and then bring them to the board for those to be accepted. We do the ballot design and printing of election day, as well as the tabulation of the ballots on election day and around the election time. We do all of the logic and accuracy testing before the election on all of the election equipment. That's the express votes, the touchscreen voting devices go out, the poll books, and the tabulation equipment. So we do all of that logic and accuracy testing before election day. We do all of election day voting and the coordination of that. So we get the polling sites, we hire all of the poll workers, we train all the poll workers, and then we also do the results reporting of election day and all early ballots as well. And then we also mail sample ballots to everybody that is not on the active early voting list.
And for the Recorder's Office Voter Registration Division, we do voter registration maintenance, so maintaining accurate voter rolls, determining voter eligibility, and then updating the voter records with accordance to Arizona state requirements. We also do early voting administration. We mail out any ballots by mail. We host in-person early voting for the 27-day period. We do emergency voting as well, and then we do voting assistance programs, including mailing and early ballot process of signature verification, ballot curing, voter education, and outreach.
So for the elections department, we had a couple new processes during the primary election. The first was the ballot guard ballot paper. If you have not heard, the ballot guard ballot paper ran very well during the election. It ran just as good as any other ballot paper that we've ever used. So we had no issues really with the ballot guard paper, and we're going to continue, of course, to be using that for the general. It worked out very well. I even had a gentleman come in and he had questions after reading the Vote Beat article of what was ballot guard paper, and I was able to show him in our office with the UV light and the Taggant reader how he could even see that himself, that his ballot that he got in the mail was ballot guard paper. So we had a great time, using that, and we didn't have any issues with that. Our second was the UOCAVA ballot process. So UOCAVA is Uniform Overseas Military and Citizens that are voting overseas. So we had the UOCAVA ballot process that was a little bit new. Started with our department. We put all of the ballot styles into the portal, checked them, made sure all ballot styles were there and everything was correct. Then Recorder Henry's department sends them out to those citizens. And then when we got them back, previously we would get them in the mail on copy paper, through email on copy paper, and so we would have to remake those ballots onto normal ballot paper. But this year with the new process, we were able to print it on normal ballot guard ballot paper, so we didn't have to remake those ballots. We were just able to print them out and run them through the tabulators. Third was emergency management. We worked with them with planning this year. That way, if there were any natural disasters, floods, fires, any reason that we could not use a polling place, maybe if the power was out, we had plans with them that they would assist us in making sure the election day still went smoothly. They're the professionals in that department, so if they had any generators or something that we needed, then we were able to reach out to them, and they were checking on us all day, making sure that there wasn't anything that they could assist with. So we want to say thank you to emergency management. Their department was phenomenal during this election. Early ballots dropped off at the poll site. We had 4,489 ballots that were dropped off at the poll site on election day. That's the third highest in the state, we're third behind Maricopa and Pima, which is a little bit surprising just based on the size of our county. They're a lot bigger than us, but there's still counties like Pinal that are the same size or a little bit larger than us, but we were still the third highest in the state for that. They had 2,535 that were ID verified, which is a new process this year where people can come in and show their ID as if they were voting on election day, but they show their ID and their ballot was considered ID verified, which means it skips the signature verification process. However, those ballots, all 4,489 that were dropped off, still had to go to the recorder's department because these people still needed voting credit, and the ones that were not ID verified still needed signature verification. So we send those to Lydia's department on Wednesday morning. So all election day ballots that we get back on election night are tabulated on election night. Colorado City, Moxon, and Littlefield, the sheriff's department flies those ballots in, and we received those around 10:30 on election night. So those were there. Our last ballots arrived at around 11 p.m. Those were from Lake Havasu. Those were our last ballots to come in. By 11:45 that night, everything was tabulated. We did our last upload of the results before we went home. So we went home around 12:30. We were back the next morning at 8, gave all of the provisional and early ballots that were dropped off at the poll site to the recorder's department for them to signature verify and give voting credit to. So I guess if there's one thing I could say is Wednesday, we were not able to tabulate anything because we had nothing to tabulate. The recorder's office was working on the earlies and provisionals. We had all the election day ballots done. So I know there were some comments and stuff on Facebook wondering why there was no tabulation happening on Wednesday, but that's why we just didn't have anything to tabulate. When we started getting those ballots back from the recorder's office on Thursday, as soon as they were coming in, we were processing them and getting those tabulated. So Thursday, Friday, we worked really hard on that. By Friday night, by the time we went home, all ballots that we had that were not waiting for signature cure were tabulated. We had just a few that came over on Monday morning from people curing their signatures over the weekend, but everything was tabulated as it was coming in. New election night reporting system, we also had that. We went with enhanced voting. Previously, we had used the Secretary of State's election night reporting system, but this year they let us know that counties were not going to be able to use this system. They were only going to do it on the state level, not the county level anymore. So they said if you want an election night reporting system, you were going to have to go find a company to use. So we went out and worked with a couple different companies, did a couple demos. We really liked Enhanced Voting was the company that we chose. We also chose that with Coconino, and there was, I believe, one other county that signed on with them after us. But the state also signed on with them a little bit later, and us and Coconino County were the only two to use it on the state level for the primary election. So we were kind of the pilot test for that, and so everybody will be using that during the general election as well.
Recorder's Office Voter Registration Division, we also had a few new processes for the 2026 elections. The ID verified was a Senate bill that had passed. So this allowed anyone that came in, when you come in and vote early, you're always showing ID, same ID requirement to vote on election day, but those envelopes automatically receive the stamp from our office saying that they were ID verified, so they could skip the signature verification process. It does speed up the process a little bit, but it still has to go through every avenue. And then, of course, we offered in-person early voting for the first time ever to Colorado City residents. This was on Friday, July 10th and Saturday, July 11th from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. We served 87 voters while we were there. And then this year, we also received assistance from the sheriff's deputies for secure transportation of early ballots from early voting sites to the county. In the past, we used to use a courier service. And then this assisted us in completing better chain of custody forms. The Recorder's Office has many county partners, and we would like to thank them for the collaboration, professionalism, and dedication that they assisted us in this 2026 election. The Sheriff's Office supporting us with ballot transportation, Fleet Services coordinating vehicle availability, and they also this year assisted us in setup. So every time we need to set up an early voting location and tear it down so we can be nice guests in the library, we set up a week prior to opening. They took all the heavy equipment, transported it for us, assisted us with moving all of that, placing it inside, and then at the end of it, early voting goes until Friday at 7 p.m. We take everything, and then they came back on the following Monday, taking all the heavy equipment, the large metal ballot box, the heavy signs, and things like that, bringing it back to our office for us. Central Services, of course, helps us with timely mail delivery services for early ballots and any additional mail. And then IT Services assist us in helping setting up early voting sites and assuring the success of computer and telephone operations during the early voting period. Overall, our office mailed over 71,000 ballots out to active early voters or anyone that requested a ballot by mail. Overall, we accepted 35,316 early ballots that were sent and accepted for tabulation. That remained of a 36,000 difference of ballots that were not returned or accepted by our office. And we did receive 18,900 by USPS voted returned ballots. UWCAVA ballots, we mailed out 291, and 43 of those were returned. And then the late earlies that come. So how Mojave County processes early ballots is we work everything up until about Sunday at 5 p.m. prior to Election Day. Monday, we complete our upload for e-poll books, so we don't process any early ballots on Monday. And on Tuesday, we don't process anything as well, as we're hosting and assisting with Election Day. So all of these were completed prior to then, given to Elections Department, and then the late earlies that came in are what we report after. So there's some early ballot figures for Kingman, Havasu, Bullhead, Colorado City, where we host the early voting, totaling about 2,800 in-person early voters. Ballot drop-off at those locations, including Colorado City and our county administration building, where we have 2 drop boxes, one on the first floor in front of security, one on the second floor inside voter registration, averaging about 9,000 ballots. And then overall, via early voting locations and drop-off, we had 11,943 ballots. Looking forward into the future in preparation of the general election, we would like to improve staffing plans and training processes, evaluation of transportation needs with fleet services, continue coordination with county partners and leaders, ensuring system equipment and procedures are tested and ready for full capacity for the general election, and continue voter education, communication, and outreach efforts. We'd also like to advocate for additional staffing to keep up with the increasing demands of the department in future budgets. Overall, we would just like to thank everyone for their support during the 2026 primary election. We are less than 100 days away from the general election, and so the registration deadline for the general election is Monday, October 5th, and then early voting starts on October 7th. That goes until Friday, October 30th, and then election day is Tuesday, November 3rd.
Does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes the presentation.
Okay, well, thank you. Questions for the recorder or elections department?
I do.
I want to say, I'm sorry, Supervisor Gould. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, madams. How many uncured ballots did we end up with?
So we went into the cure period with 55 early ballots uncured, and 5 uncured provisional ballots. I believe we ended that in the 40 early ballots uncured. There were 4 provisional ballots also uncured, so less than 50.
So about 10% of those came up and cured their problem with their ballots.
Yeah, so a provisional ballot is always data entry put into the voter registration database, and we only went into the cure period with 5 provisional ballots. That's someone that shows up to vote on election day. Their registration doesn't match what ID they're presenting, or maybe they're not presenting ID. Then they need to show ID to either the city clerks that remained open or our office to ensure that that's cured. Early ballots are where the signature doesn't match the registration records. We have called them and we have sent them additional letters into that period.
How many people voted on the special voting day at your office?
Special voting day? Like emergency voting?
Emergency voting.
Okay.
Okay. It's
So,
emergency voting, not special voting.
Emergency voting starts after 7 p.m. on the Friday preceding election, and that goes until 5 p.m. on the Monday before. We did not have any early voting, any emergency voters during the emergency voting period this year.
So there was none. For the election director, did we do the test hand count?
We did do the hand count audit, so we did that on the Saturday after the election. It took a little over half a day, so not too bad because it was a primary. Usually the general takes 2 days, but for the primary it took a little over half a day. We were all under our 1% margin, so we did send that to the Secretary of State, and they have those documents posted on their website.
And the test hand count is how we test the ballot tabulators to make sure they're tabulating correctly.
That's correct. Yeah, they're randomly selected. You knew as you had done it when you were the party chair, but they come and they randomly draw 2 precincts and a batch of the early ballots, and then we take those to them on Saturday, and they have volunteers that kind of come in and they just hand count to make sure that what they're coming with their results is matching, or at least even under the 1% margin that's allowed by law, under that threshold, to make sure that the tabulators were tabulating the votes correctly.
Sure, and that's how we check tabulation in Arizona. No other state does that, I believe.
I know Arizona does. All the counties in Arizona. It used to be not all the counties were required if they didn't have volunteers, but now all counties in Arizona are required.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how other states do that.
So it's actually required now. So it gets done would it get done even without party participation?
So if you cannot get your county chairs to have volunteers, you reach out to the state chairs, and the state chairs will now send you volunteers.
Interesting. I wasn't aware of that. And I believe we instituted that in the legislature in 2005. We had some issues with the 2004 primary. So that was why we did that.
It's been in effect for a while, and now all the counties are required. There were some of the smaller counties that didn't have volunteers, but now everybody has to.
Yeah, and the public doesn't seem to be aware of this. So we need to do a better job of making the public aware of that we don't just let the tabulators count. You know, we're testing them. And then what happens if you didn't make your 1%?
If you don't make your 1% margin with the ballots that were randomly selected, you have to expand the hand count. So you have to keep expanding it. And then we've never had that happen, so I don't exactly know how horrible that would be. But I can imagine it would be very terrible, and I would be very stressed out. But we've never had that happen, thankfully. So
I don't know if they've ever had it happen in the state, to tell you the truth.
I don't either. I've never heard of it, so I would expect not.
I heard that we had an issue at the Hampton Inn in Precinct 220 on Election Day.
Quality Inn?
Quality Inn, okay.
I believe it was the Quality Inn. I did reach out to my inspector when I did hear about that. She said that they weren't the ones that called. Somebody had called about a gas leak, possibly. I guess it was not a gas leak once the fire department showed up. I asked my inspector about it. She said that she did not call any first responders, so it was somebody from the hotel, either hotel administration or a guest that had a concern that they called. She said she didn't know about it until the fire department showed up outside.
And so at that point they shut down voting?
No,
Okay.
No, it was open the whole day.
Okay, so it continued on. So the ID verified, that is voluntary?
It is voluntary. It's not required, but you can come in and show your ID if it's your own ballot. Of course, if you're dropping off your spouse's, you can't show their ID if they're not there. That's not allowed, but you can show your own ID and drop off yours. It's not required. It's just allowed.
So people could still drop other ballots without showing their ID?
That's correct. Yeah, you can still drop off your spouses, anybody that's in your household, or if you're a caregiver for somebody, you can drop those off. Of course, you can't. The law hasn't changed that you can just drop off anybody's, but
Right.
those certain people you can still.
So is their address on their envelope?
The law,
How do you know that's actually their household?
the law states that the ID has to be verified against the voter record. So on election day, they had to complete a process of checking in to verify the voter record against the ID, and then the envelope is stamped of the early ballot. For early voting, you get in line, and then it's essentially like you are voting in person. You're looking up the voter, they're confirming their residential address, and then you're stamping the envelope. The early voting worker or the poll worker also needs to initial the stamp for the location and their initials of who verified it.
Interesting. So it looked like of those early ballots, of the half of them that actually were returned, it looked like more of them, or half of them came back through the U.S. Postal Service. The other half were dropped in, either voted early or dropped in the box on early voting day.
Yes, so early voting, we always have the drop boxes there. Anyone that votes in person early or brings in a drop box goes into the same ballot box. But we always typically we receive more ballots returned via USPS. But this year we're seeing a little bit more from drop boxes. Our drop box here in the administration building is also opened the 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. But early voting locations, it's only opened during the hours of operation of 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday.
And the drop box that's here is in your office?
There's two. There's one downstairs in front of security, and then there's one on the second floor of voter registration.
Do we have a camera on the one that's in the lobby?
Both lobbies are under camera, yes.
Okay. And so we had, 4,500 late earlies?
Yeah, there's just about 4,500 that were dropped off at the poll site. That's with all of our 30s. We had 37 voting locations this time, so that was with all the 37. We had just under 5,000, about 4,500 dropped off. Some ID verified, some not. I guess one thing I could say too to add to that is people talking about we're not tabulating votes fast enough, or the results aren't being counted fast enough and released fast enough, but a lot of that is because of the late earlies that are dropped off.
And that's, people don't realize that if you hang onto your ballot and you drop it at the poll on election day, somebody has to verify that. It just doesn't get dropped into the ballot box.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is what holds it up. I'm glad to hear your explanation. I know I heard some complaints that we weren't making updates between 8:30 and 12:30, that nothing came in during that period of time. And I think it's just for the people that are at parties and whatnot watching, they want to watch that every vote drop in there.
Yeah, on election night, we do it periodically. We cannot even look at the results until 8 p.m., so we can't really print the summary to make sure that what we're putting in is right until 8 o'clock. So those first ones can be released at 8 o'clock, but it's more like 8:05, 8:10, 8:15, somewhere around there once we can actually look at the results. So we do post those, and then they kind of go periodically throughout the rest of the night. So a lot of times we'll have a break between while we're waiting for the Colorado City ballots and the Havasu ballots. So those do get updated. So sometimes too, you won't see that Havasu ballots until that last post at night because we haven't gotten those yet. So, but by the time that we leave at midnight, all of those things have been updated. Then, like I said, the next day we're not tabulating anything, so you won't see any updates. But then the days following that, Thursday, Friday, you'll see those updates. And like you said, people say that things aren't being released fast enough, but it's just kind of a waiting game for us.
Right? No, it makes total sense because those late earlies have to be verified, and before they can be counted. So they can't get in the mix until after they're verified.
I think that's one common misconception too that I would like to clear up is every ballot gets signature verified. So many people think that they just don't get signature verified, or there's a myth that none of the late earlies count. But that's really not true. It's just kind of a waiting game, and everything does have to still go through signature verification, whether it was dropped off early or on election day.
No, sometimes the provisionals don't make it into the mix because they don't come and cure their provision.
Yeah, all of those get verified, and the only way they would not be counted is if their information was not correct. Voter registration verified that it was not, their information on the ballot was not correct. They weren't issued the correct ballot style, something like that, or if they just did not come and show identification after election day.
Sure. No, overall, I thought it was great. I think you guys did a great job.
If I may, thank you.
Supervisor Borelli, any comments?
Yeah, well done, well done. Especially the ballot guard paper. A lot of compliments on the paper. You know, I'm very pleased that this went through without a hitch. And keep rocking it.
Thank you.
I'd say, along with my colleagues, congratulations to both of you and your staff. You did a phenomenal job. This is the way elections should be rerun in the United States. When you look at everything that Mojave County did, you know, the new election night reporting system, the ballot guard paper, you know, that's the way it should be done. I'll let you all in a little secret. So I did a video with elections, and we went through every single one of the 5 anti-counterfeit measures. One of them is microprint. There's a dark little black line at the top of your ballot. If you had a microscope that was more powerful or powerful enough, if you put the microscope on that little line, it says "Happy Retirement, Alan." So that's what we put in our microprint this year. But well done, and that's a cooperative contract for the ballot guard paper. So all eyes were on us. Now others see that it works, and hopefully they'll sign on to Mojave County's contract for their own ballot guard ballot. So
And
congratulations.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add one more thing. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to let everybody know, 4547 has been notified about our paper and how Mojave County is leading the way in the state and the country on this ballot guard paper. These counterfeit countermeasures have really worked. So he's been notified.
That's tremendous news. Thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate that. Thank you again. We'll move to our consent.
Order heads.
Oh, I'm sorry. My recorder, Henry.
That's okay. I just wanted to say, you know, conducting an election is truly a countywide effort that we all take. It takes careful planning, dedicated staff, strong partnership, and a significant resources to ensure every eligible voter is able to cast that secure, accurate ballot. The success of the 2026 primary election is a direct reflection of the professionalism, dedication of the elections department, the recorder's office, and the many county partners it took. I want to extend a special thank you to my staff, those that worked long hours, attention to detail, and unwavering commitment to make this election very possible. Their hard work behind the scenes is the foundation of the public's trust in our election process. As we prepare for the general election, we will continue to refine our operations and expanding voter outreach, ensuring we are ready for the needs of Mojave County voters. And thank you for your continued support of the offices and resources carried out in this important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to our consent agenda this morning, items number 4 through 31. Supervisor Letman, would you like to remove any items from consent this morning?
I have no items to remove.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 17.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Borelli, would you like to remove any items off of consent?
No.
Supervisor Martin?
Items 8, 15, and 26.
I'm going to remove, items 9 and 27. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented minus items 8, 9, 15, 17, 26, and 27.
So moved.
Second.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We'll move to item number 8. Supervisor Martin?
Yes, I'd like to, I had a constituent that called, wanted to know exactly what the situation was, so if developmental services could come up and give a brief synopsis about this.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Martin, thank you. Yeah, this is a rezone from an AR-15A to an AR-5A zone. It's for a minor land division. When notifications were sent out to surrounding property owners, we did not receive anybody that was in opposition. It went through the Planning and Zoning Commission with a unanimous vote.
Motion to approve.
For that motion. Motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 9, I pulled this item. We have a speaker, Steve Cross. Would like to come to the podium and speak on item number 9.
I'm only here to speak if necessary, but I represent the landowner. Our company owns the land. Flood control did a fantastic job at helping us in attempts to develop the property. And we came to the conclusion that this could benefit numerous neighbors downstream if we chose to sell the property. Flood control bought it significantly less than the 4 appraisals that were done. So the taxpayers will benefit from this. And I want to thank Councilman Gould for championing this project. Everybody benefits, we benefit, the taxpayers benefit, the downstream affected properties benefit. I was really proud of the way government and the private sector handled this project.
Thank you, sir. I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
I move that it be adopted, but I have a comment also. I don't know if board members, if you remember the lady that came up tail end of monsoon season last year crying that water had swept through her home. This is what we're going to do, one of the things that we're going to do to cure that issue. I went out and looked at that and talked to their neighbors and talked to Mr. Cross about it. But we need to do some work. Flood control in that area is extremely important. And when I was state senator, I didn't realize the flooding issues that we have in that until I became county supervisor for that area, the extreme flooding that we have in that area. And this is one of the projects that'll begin to alleviate that problem.
It's good work. Thank you to everybody that's involved, and thank you to Supervisor Gould's office. Is that a motion to approve, sir?
Motion to approve.
Second.
For that motion, second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We'll move to item number 15. Approve utilization of Houston Galveston Area Council Cooperative Contract, Emergency Medical Safety and Rescue Equipment. Supervisor Gould, Supervisor Martin, you pulled this item?
Yes, I'd like to hear a presentation on this from procurement. Understand we're buying boats, we're not buying cameras, we're buying boats. Should make everybody happy.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisor Martin. I don't know that I'm the person to present on specifically what we're purchasing. This was something that the board recently approved a grant. Sorry, I'm looking for the actual grant. The PSA 782601. The Sheriff's Office does a great job at getting grants for these types of purchases. I believe that this might be a Parks Service related grant. And this is, my understanding, it's a specialty type of boats that they connect and create a diving platform so that when people are doing the water search rescue operations, that they have a safe way to get into the water for the search and rescue. But if the sheriff or a representative wants to give you better detail, they might do a better job than me.
Clerk Scooble, is Sheriff on? I'd like to give him an opportunity to speak.
Is.
Sheriff Schuster, would you like to speak on this item, please?
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm happy to speak on this item. As was pointed out, we frequently at the Sheriff's Office seek grant opportunities to enhance our ability to serve the public. Specifically, this grant pertains to two shallow water rescue boats that come on one trailer. This boat is funded through a grant, as mentioned, and these boats they're kind of vital. I mean, we have a pretty robust watercraft fleet. But we do have many areas around the county where we've experienced shallow water and hard to reach areas. So having the ability to use flat bottom boats to get into these areas is very vital for operations, and we're very happy that we were successful in obtaining the grant. They're competitive in nature, so we always seem to do pretty well, and that would be kudos to my staff who writes these grants. But yeah, that, in a nutshell, that's what they are. They're two flat bottom boats that can access remote areas. They do connect together to make a solid platform, and I think it's a very good added resource for our boating program.
Supervisor Martin?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff, for that explanation. Yeah, I think that this is vitally important, and I think, again, it shows our commitment as the board to public safety, because ultimately these boats and these things that the sheriff is getting is for your safety. And I know as one supervisor, I'm very proud to go ahead and approve this, make this motion to approve this, because again, it's public safety, and that's just absolute number one in my opinion. I'll make that motion.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second? Heard that motion second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you, board. Move to item number 17. Approve and sign amendment number 2, contract number 2025-038 RFP, Mojave County landfill operations with Gamby 360, Kingman, Arizona. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wonder if we can get an overview from the procurement director on this. And then I believe I had a constituent that had a question.
We have one member that has signed up to speak. Yes.
Okay, I can do a quick overview. So again, good morning, Chairman, Supervisor Gould. This was actually a request from Gamby as the contractor. This contract is not one, generally speaking, we go out to bid and we say, you tell us the price that it will take to do whatever it is that we're asking you to do. In this one, they collect the fees on behalf of the county, and that is the total value of the contract. The estimated value of this contract in the first year is about $4 million. And so having bonds in place for $4 million in the event that they don't perform what is technically construction work, or they walk away from their duty to perform, $4 million is not what it would take for us to keep the landfill operating. Technically, it is construction because they're making a mountain out of trash. That's how I describe it to people. And so we're required to get bonds on the contract, but we had mutually agreed to reduce it down to 1 month operating expense, which is still about $250,000, which protects the county's investment, but isn't unduly burdensome on the vendor.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Director Atton. So they collect the gate fee and keep the gate fee.
I would ask probably Director Holtree to explain to how that all works. There's a lot of reporting that goes into it, but essentially the gate fee pays for the operations of the landfill, and they are the operator of the landfill. But I know that there's some formulas that go into that. Some of it goes into paying off the landfill closures, things like that. I don't believe they keep the entire gate fee.
Okay, but they have control of the money. They don't directly turn the gate fee over at the end of the day to the county. They hang on to that and make periodic payments.
I believe so. Yes, I'm getting the thumbs up. So yes, they report to us. We audit their records.
Okay, so really, the bond. So the bond is the total revenue for the month.
Total rev. Yeah. Then what we're modifying it to is to 1/12 of an annual contract value. So it's a $250,000 bond. We estimate $4 million for the first year of the contract.
So that still gives us more, probably 10 times the value that they're going to turn over to us at the end of the month anyway, I would assume.
And what it really is, what bonds are meant to do is to protect us in a general construction situation. Bonds protect us if they have subs and they don't pay the subs. There are payment bonds that cover that. If they decide to walk away from the job, we can go after the bond to pay somebody else to do the work. So that's really what the protection is. It's not about them turning the fees and the funds over to us. It's about actually keeping the landfill operational.
Good point. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Chuck DeShazer. Very good. Thank you, sir. I'd open it up to the motion for a motion.
Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you, board. Move to item number 26. Approve the mezzanine to be open to the press and public who want to be at the County Administration Building on election night, beginning with the 2026 general election. I'd like to ask our elections director to come down, Karina. This is an easy fix. Maybe you can talk about what you're proposing.
Good morning again, everybody.
Morning.
So I'll give a little bit of a backstory so that everybody understands. So prior to me becoming the elections director, when Alan was the elections director, years had gone by where now people can see the tabulation room cameras online on our website, and they can also see the election results online. So in previous years, in the early 2000s and stuff, people would come and they'd gather and they'd watch the election results, and Alan would go down and give them the election results. News reporters would get clips of Alan's voice. They would use it on the radio. They'd quote Alan in their newspapers, things like that. In the last couple of years, we used to have like the Sanita room open, but we have not had that in the last couple of years. In 2024, 2022, those years we had a public information officer. We had Roger. So all of the media requests would go to him. Any media requests that we kind of forwarded on to Roger. Roger took care of it. If Roger allowed them to be here, he would kind of keep an eye on them. So now we don't have a PIO. So we had a reporter come to our office on election night this year, and the building was closed. After 7 p.m., the building is closed to the public. It's open until 7, so people can drop their ballots off, but after that, it is closed except for our staff who's in there tabulating the ballots. So she came into our office after the polls had closed, and we kind of said, basically, how'd you get in? And she said security let her in. And so she said, well, she wanted to sit into our office. Well, we have live ballots that are going through our office, so we've never allowed the press to sit in our office. The only people that are allowed in our office on election night when the ballots are coming in is our staff. We have sheriff's deputies that are bringing the ballots in, and we have political observers. Political observers are legally allowed to be there and see all of the election process. We did not have any political observers this year. They usually come during the general election is when we see them a lot, because that's the big show that everybody wants to see. So we didn't have any this year, but it was a process that we've had in place since before I was elections director, when Alan was the elections director, and it's just kind of been that way. So nothing had changed this year, which is I think what the confusion was. It was always just that we had somebody like Roger that was kind of taking care of that for us. So it was kind of a new thing for us this year to have press just coming in where we didn't know and things like that. So I think that's where some of the confusion came in. So I had a meeting with Supervisor Martin and Chairman Lingenfelter after the election, and we discussed a plan for the next election. So starting in the general election, we will now have the mezzanine open for press and public that are interested. They can come. I will put our TV that we have a TV that we use for meetings in our office, so we'll roll that down the hall. We'll put it in the mezzanine, and we'll have the tabulation cameras up on the TV so that people can watch us tabulate from there. And they can also bring their personal electronic devices, look at the election results if they wish. They will have access to the vending machines that are right there near the mezzanine, the restrooms that are right there. We will have a sheriff's deputy watching to make sure that people are not roaming around the building, of course, because like I said, the building is closed. So we will have that, and the sheriff's deputy is to be paid out of the Board of Supervisors budget, but people will not be able to roam. The door to the hallway that has been closed recently, that's open during the day, will be locked and closed.
Thank you. That is the proposal. I'd open up to the board for questions. Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I received a phone call from a reporter on election night asking me the question. I sent Karina an email. She got back to me within 5 minutes and told me what was going on. I think we do need to have this open. I would rather have 2 deputies than 1, because if you actually have something happen, 2 is better than 1. Let's say somebody decides they're going to steal the ballots.
Yeah.
As unlikely as that is, it could happen, and we plan for what might happen, not for what's going to happen.
Right.
So I think 2 deputies would be better than 1. It needs to be open just because we can't have elections just run in cyberspace. People need to be able to see what's going on. They need to have somebody come out and tell them what's going on. So I think that's a good plan.
And I will say, too, we do want to be as transparent as possible. I think mostly that just kind of caught us off guard, that somebody just showed up in our office and wanted to sit in there. So I think that definitely, I would really like for any media that is listening, if you are going to come, just to kind of, let us know so that, that we do. I mean, I had this kind of conversation with Supervisor Martin. He said, well, I didn't tell them they couldn't come. But I feel like I would also have, just like a little bit of a heads up that they were going to be there. But now that we are going to have the mezzanine open, I don't really care if you tell me if you're coming or not. If you're there, you're there. If you're not, you're not.
This is the public's building. They need to have access to it on election night, but we certainly can't have them coming all the way back into the elections department where you guys have a live election environment and ballots processing. But we're going to open it up and make it as hospitable as possible. Other comments from the board? Supervisor Martin?
Yes, I just want to comment that we did have that meeting and we discussed it. And my opinion was whether anybody shows up or not. It should be available. This is to ensure that you, the public, understand it's open and transparent. Elections is not hiding anything. And by Supervisor Lincolnfelter made the motion. He said, well, let's open the mezzanine. There's vending machines there. They have access to restrooms. So it's a perfect win-win situation down the road. This business won't happen again because this is going to be adopted and this is the way we're going to run it. And if anybody ever wants to come in that county building on election night and go sit in that mezzanine, it'll be there for you. So problem solved, quick and easy. Kudos to Chairman Lincolnfelter. He thought about this. I had an idea. He had an idea. I think his was better. So it's going to happen. And anybody in the future that wants to come, you'll have a place to come in the county building. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Borelli, any comments?
No comments. Excellent job.
Supervisor Lettman, anything? Fine. All right. Open it up for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
For that motion and second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. It's ordered. Thank you, Karina. Actually, you might want to stay at the podium. Item number 27, approve the adoption of Reso 2026-136, approving the 2026 primary election canvass. Did you want to say anything about this?
I do. I will say a few things. I will keep it brief because we did the presentation in the beginning, and a lot of what I was going to say during the canvass, I said then. So I will keep it brief. But I will say, as my predecessor said, there's no such thing as a perfect election, but this one really was done very well. So I just want to give kind of a little bit of kudos to my staff. I have 3 full-time staff, including myself. So we are a smaller department, and I have about 25 part-time staff members that come help us out during election time. And really, we could not do it without all the staff that we have. And my staff has been wonderful this whole time. We have a couple of our staff members that are new, so they've really picked up on it well. And I think things were only going to get better from here, but it really was a great election. I will also say for the departments that helped, Public Works was a big help for us. A lot of their departments, the Emergency Management Division, Facilities, Fleet, they were all really great helping us out. Emergency Management, I talked about that. That was something new that we had done this year, that they kind of just helped us out, made sure things were running smoothly on Election Day. Facilities made sure that our generators were running, that they were filled up with gas in case we lost power on election day. We know it was kind of stormy around that time, so we were glad that we didn't have any issues with that. But even if we would, the generators were filled up before election day. Fleet helps us get all of our vehicles so we can send our troubleshooters out around election to roam on election day, help out with any issues, questions that poll workers have, that sort of thing. The Sheriff's Department every year transports ballots for us they fly them from Colorado City, Moxon, and Littlefield. They go to each of the cities and help, except for Kingman, all the poll workers bring them here, but poll workers bring them to a central receiving site in the other cities, and the Sheriff's Department helps transport those back here. So we're really thankful for the Sheriff's Department helping us out there. Risk and security, they've also been a big part. They were a big part in the emergency management plan that we had, so we want to say thank you to them. Central services with the mailing of sample ballots. IT, of course, is a big thing with elections. They were great. They were in contact with the state with any updates and check-ins that we had to do. And then, of course, the voter registration department is a big part of the election process. I'll also say that voter turnout this year was 29.91%, which is low. It's kind of standard for a primary to be lower than the general election turnout. The state's turnout total was 27.43%, so our local total was a little bit higher than the average for the state. But it was a little bit lower this year. Usually our turnout for the primaries is in the 30s, and this year it was 29%, so it was a bit lower than that. But I will also open it up to any questions anybody might have.
Yeah, any of our county supervisors have any questions or comments? Fine. Supervisor Gould?
Mr. Chairman, I move that resolution 2026-136 be adopted.
Second.
Additional discussion. We have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Scotty McClure.
Scotty from Bullhead. I guess what you're approving is the election results, the numbers. I have a problem with Tammy Ring over in Bullhead City for city councilwoman. She had 22 people that signed the electronic nomination papers and then signed the written nomination papers. As far as I'm concerned, those signatures should have been knocked off for nomination papers. 22 people voted twice, or if you call it a vote, whatever.
This is approval of the primary election canvas.
What is that? I'm from California.
Approving the results, the tally results of the primary election this
Well,
year.
I don't think she should have been even on the ballot.
That's not agendized today on this item.
Okay, well, Bullhead's not doing theirs till tomorrow, so you're putting the cart before the horse, or what?
No, this is the county's statutory duty to approve this. You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank
I
you.
think Bullhead City canvasses their own election, so
do.
they're not even included in the scan.
I believe that's correct, Supervisor. I will say, great job, Karina, and everybody involved. It always amazes me with the sheer geographic size of how Mojave County is, and we actually have to be one of the only counties that actually has to fly some of our ballots in to get tabulated because we're so large. It just amazes me that you guys turn it around so quickly every year, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. I will say Coconino County does like to brag a little bit because they use a helicopter to get their ballots out of Supai, but I think we're just as cool because we fly ours from Colorado City and Moccasin. And I know they're watching our canvas today, so I just think that they should know that.
Well, I'm glad you got up to say something about it. That's good. All right, we do have a motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you, Board. That moves us to our public hearings this morning. The first public hearing is the item of the day. We have a lot of people that have signed up to speak on this. It's I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 32, discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2026-104, a rezone of assessors parcels number 354-38-035, and from an AR-10, agricultural residential 10-acre minimum lot size zone to a CRE commercial recreation zone to allow for an RV park in the Kingman vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by 8-2 vote with a condition to only rezone a portion of parcel number 354-38-035 as shown on the revised site plan. Arizona Revised Statutes 11-814D relating to county zoning indicates that if 20% of the property owners by area and number within the zoning area file protests of the proposed change, the change shall not be made except by a 3/4, 4/5 vote of all members of the Board of Supervisors. Per this statute, 57% of owners oppose the rezoning and 71% of the area oppose the rezoning. We'll start first with the applicant, Tom Stino. If you would all state your name and address for our clerk, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Tom Stino, the architect, 11774 Hesperia Road, Hesperia, California. Good to be here today. Thank you for hearing our project. So I'd first like to, go ahead. Okay, thank you. I'd first like to talk about our location of this project. It's on the Interstate 40, which is an interstate, which is a highly traveled road, which is exactly where a project like this belongs. It's on an off-ramp, which is adjacent to that interstate, right outside of a major city of Kingman. So the location is absolutely correct for a project like this. You should be right outside of a major metropolis like Kingman, out in the wilderness a little bit, so you feel like you're camping still. And that's what this is. This is an RV resort. Vacationing in an RV is as Americana as it gets. People want to get out, they want to take their family, they want to take their dog. If they're retired, they want to come on out and enjoy some open air. So that's what this type of facility is. It's a resort. It's going to be a world-class type of resort, something like it's not your grandmother's RV park. So it's going to be a very nice type of place, designed well. We've designed it multiple times now. We changed the location of it. Shannon and Andrew have 122 acres right there, and we moved it to the center property. So we have more of a buffer zone between any neighbors. And I want to talk about the neighbors for a moment. There's 4 neighbors within a half a mile. So I know there's a lot of people here that want to speak against the project. When I first checked the addresses of a lot of these folks, they were over 4 or 5 miles away. So everybody that's here is not in the near vicinity. Again, these are all 10-acre properties, and there's only 4 residences within a half a mile. So I want you to know about that. When we design for the project and how we grade this project to create the pads for the parking, we're very sensitive because the flora in that area is a lot like where I live in the high desert of California, a lot of junipers. I love my junipers. I designed my house around those junipers. So we'll do the same thing here. We want to be very sensitive to the native flora that we have. The drainage. We have a single drainage course that comes through that site. We will not reroute that. We'll actually enhance it and stay away from it, plant plants on it. So on the other 95% of the year, it could be used as a little hiking trail through the site. But we will in no way disrupt or change the course of that drainage course. Tax base. This does wonders for a tax base of a county, brings in development, and adds to the businesses in Kingman, Arizona. They will now utilize the local businesses. Not everybody wants to barbecue at that point. They may run to town, grab some fuel, grab some dinner at one of the local restaurants, and I think it's a good tax base as well for the local businesses. Shannon Denmark is right to my left here. He's one of the owners. I'd like to have him.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, good morning. My name's Shannon Denmark. He's a lot better at this than I am. Touch on a few things. As far as going from the 120 down to basically 30 acres, we went from 300 plus spots down to 150. We still won't be able to utilize, even if we were at the 300 originally, or we're down at the 150. We're not going to be able to utilize all those spaces. Because like Tom touched on, we want to keep the natural landscape. I own property, I think it's like 2.5 blocks down on that same side. So we don't want to destroy all the big trees and all the landscape. So it's going to be tiered. It's not going to be leveled off. We're going to build around that and make that work with landscape. Again, with the wash, as far as we'll have a water treatment facility on site. I've put them in. I've put one in at Topak down there, and they work amazing. So that way you can reutilize the water over there. We will not allow campfires or open flames or briquettes. It'll be gas only, so that way we don't have fire. We'll have approximately 60 to 80,000 gallons of water on hand at all times in our tanks. So we have fire suppression on the site. We will have fire hydrants with a pump on the site. We will also entertain selling the water to the people if they're wanting to do that. We do delivery only I have water trucks. We'd bring one up that's a potable water truck, and it'll retire to the site. Either way, there will be one that retires to that site that has a cannon, which will help for the fire suppression. Whoever's managing that trailer park that stays there and lives there will be an operator of that water truck. So if there's a fire, we will, and I'm going on record, we will help the neighbors. We do the same thing down in California. We fought some big fires that last year and this year. We saved, 2 of my sons saved 4 houses. The fire went right around them with our water trucks. So I know we're not firemen, but our trucks have the big cannons and they shoot. So that's one of the things. Sorry, I forgot my other glasses. You can't see. The dark sky lighting, yes, it's a high-end RV park. So with that being said, it's just going to have the walkway down lights that are down like 3 foot. But we'll have obviously for the noise and all that, you'll have your curfew. It's normally 9:30, 10 o'clock, like any other nice RV park. So a lot of the concerns is too of the traffic. Obviously, to go to if this goes through, hopefully it does. One of the things that we have to go through is the studies, the traffic impact study. We're aware that we're going to have to widen that road, make that road, probably put a turn signal in, do something with the intersection. We understand that. And that's up to the building department and DOT to tell us what we need to perform there in our engineering that we hire out. So we understand that, but the site, we set it back so we have a double lane that comes off there. And I do a lot of RVing also. So we will not be backing up there. Usually you don't get more than 4 or 5 people checking it at a time. So there's enough for eight RVs to go in there that are about 45 foot. Is that it?
I believe that was the 9 minutes. Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't know.
If the board has questions for you after everybody else gets to speak, we can call you back.
Sit down then?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Marty Shaw. Marty Shaw and Janice McGee, you're on deck.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm vehemently opposed to this rezone. Rezoning this property to commercial goes totally against our small community lifestyle. Ms. Hicks and the project architect both stated at the planning and zoning meeting that letters of opposition from residents living 5 miles away were irrelevant, that only the people directly adjacent to the project were affected. This is not accurate. This project affects our entire community, north and south of the interstate, from the road system to the water issue to the power grid. This is being touted as a resort. That means that they expect people to stay a while. Folks coming in, especially those with off-road vehicles, will be exploring our beautiful area. This means a lot more traffic on our dirt roads. Only the main arteries of that road system are maintained by the county. The rest are repaired and maintained by a select group of neighbors. Will the county be increasing the funding and the maintenance schedule for our area to compensate for this added traffic? Water is also an issue in the desert. How much fresh water will the water treatment plant be using each day? And will the proposed swimming pool have a cover over it to help prevent the evaporation? If phase 1 and 2 of the project are completed and at full occupancy, that'd be like adding 70 single-family houses to the power grid. And that doesn't include the store or the water treatment plant. Will the developer be paying for any of the added upgrades to the existing power grid, or will the members of the electric co-op be footing the bill? In closing, we don't need or want any more commercial property on our residential area. Please don't California any more of our Arizona. One developer's voice should not be more important than the voices of the majority of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Janice McKee. Janice McGee. John, it might be Culp. You're on deck. Yeah. Excuse me if I mispronounce that.
Hello.
Morning.
I wanted to speak about the
Speak in
safety.
the microphone. Thank you.
I wanted to speak about the safety in this area. When the interstate was put in and this interchange was put in, trucks weren't as big as they were. There wasn't as much traffic. Now we have a rock quarry across the road that delivers rock everywhere and for the road. And they go through this intersection. There is a lot of people going to the truck stop, and there is going to be a new truck stop put in right across from the old one on the north side, which is great. But we believe our side should be kept residential. This land is not flat land, it's rolling with a lot of vegetation. And the minute they start grading areas out, they're going to make huge amounts of dust that is going to maybe increase the valley fever, and it's going to change the wash that they were talking about. The wash comes across Du Bois Road, which is a little 2-lane road with a chip seal on it that the state did because of the dust going across the freeway. There's going to be a huge amount of dust going across the freeway with their project. And they say that there is only 4 people involved. Those 4 people are against it. And Du Bois Road is a little 2-lane road that goes back to a community where there are 1,120 parcels that can be developed, and 262 of those are already developed. The only ingress and egress from this area is Du Bois Road. If there is a fire back there, the only way we can get out is Du Bois Road. If there is a large RV park sitting there, they're going to evacuate first, and we will all be trapped there. Right now, the exit ramps are very small.
Thank you.
I have extra minutes.
I'll give you an extra minute.
1,
Are you speaking on behalf of a group?
yes, I am. Excuse me. We feel if this is allowed to go through, there should be some contingencies on this. And one of them would be to supply water to us on the south side, because that would keep us from having to go through the small underpass over to the other side where people get their water. They run out of water. You can go in the morning and they'll say you have to come back in the afternoon. Going through that interchange, even to go to town, is dangerous right now because there are so many big trucks. It's very narrow. The trucks are longer, the trailers are longer than they used to be, and the road is narrow. There's no place for people to walk. It's just wall to wall. We have cattle guards out there, and they're very narrow with big RVs coming in. They're liable to take them out. And we feel that them using all the water for swimming pools and trees and things like that, when we're unsure of how much water is really out there. Our water comes from runoff on the Wallapies, and it's fragmented. It's in little pockets. We feel they should have to raise Du Bois Road.
She's had 5 so far. Do you want 2 more? Okay.
They should have to raise Du Bois Road so that the water does not run across it. It has a lot of dips in it. And when they do their excavation, it's going to change the wash. We are in a rank 10 fire area, which means we have no protection at all, none of us. And we feel that they should provide fire protection for us. With all the people that will be using our roads, it's going to cost the county more to maintain them. And we feel our taxes are going to go up with that. And they haven't seemed to, and our mail service out here is horrible. And we're talking about adding another 150 to 70 more people on our mail and delivery service. We can't even get mail out there now. we feel they should have to provide mail service of some sort for us. Our mailboxes sit right next to the road. When they widen the road, our mailboxes are going who knows where. That's also where the bus stops and lets off children. So in the morning and in the afternoon, there are cars sitting there waiting to pick up their kids. There's not going to be a place for that once they widen that intersection. And I know they've talked about...
Okay, your time has expired.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Leslie Depew, and on deck, Ronald Nyberg. And Ronald, looks like you've been allocated 6 minutes by the chairman. So let's take Leslie Depew first. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's take John then. Okay. It was a little out of order in my hands. John, come on up and identify yourself.
Morning, John Culp, 9800 East Dubois. And the gentleman, I don't know where he gets his numbers from, but I'm within a half mile there, and I can count many more properties than that, people who are full-time residents. I'm opposed to this. We have on our RV park across the freeway. It's on commercial property. Don't need another one. It has a store. We've been told we'll have benefit of a small store. There's one at that RV park. It's barren. Nobody uses it. As Mr. Lingerfelter, who is absent now, stated, we don't have the water resources. This is irresponsible to have that many units on that property drawing water. It's also irresponsible as far as the gentleman said 150 units on there. I live on 15 acres. I have a 200 amp service for every 2 of those RV lots. And these people with large RVs are not conservationists. They don't conserve power. They're going to be running their air conditioners. They want all the amenities of home. That means for every 2 of those, that's the same as 70, that's a multiple of 75 times the electricity we'll be using. Sure, they've been told they can get the electricity, but they'll buy it. Mojave Co-op has to buy that electricity from the grid. We've been through that. They buy it from the grid. Everybody pays more. Same with the water. The water is in such overdraft that, as Mr. Lingenfelter stated, there's moratorium on Mojave Valley there. That's mostly alfalfa, and alfalfa is for food. That's a necessity. Moratorium on food, and these guys are going to come in and sell water. These people are going to load up their RV with water and take it. These people get paid for it. You get paid taxes on it, but it goes away. I can't, if my water costs go up, I pay them. If my electricity goes up, I pay for it. So, as the lady said prior, don't California my Arizona. I agree fully. It's not for sale. Our lifestyle is the reason that I moved here and the reason I want it to stay that way. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Leslie Depew. Ronald Nyberg, you're on deck.
Hello, my name is Leslie Depew. I'm at 9800 East Dubois Drive. I'm right up the road from this proposed RV park. I'm here in opposition of the RV park proposed to be built on the Dubois at Roper for 2 reasons. First, its entrance is located on the main access road, and it's in the middle of a beautiful rural residential area. They mentioned that it is only surrounded by 5 neighbors. That's not true. We have so many neighbors all the way up, going miles past and behind and next to. The only lot that is not occupied by somebody that is near this proposed RV lot is directly on the corner of Dubois and Blake Ranch Road. And if you've ever been out there, you will see that they have to drive a half of a mile from the freeway to get to their lot. It's not right next to the freeway. It's not easily accessed. There is an S-shaped curve from Blake Ranch Road to get onto Dubois that is not easy to maneuver with a trailer. I have a 30-foot horse trailer that is difficult to maneuver in that area. My trailer goes on both sides of the road just to get through that S-shaped turn. Then I have to travel past his lot along with past 6 other properties before I even reach mine, which then is also 2 roads that go deep into our neighborhood that access everybody else's homes. The 200 and something homes that the other lady mentioned, they're all behind me. They're all behind this RV park. They're all affected. The next reason is the zoning. This is residential. This is rural residential. They want to change it right smack in the middle of rural residential. Why don't they move it over towards Blake Ranch Road, where it's already commercial? There's a nice gentleman who bought a huge property up there that repairs trucks. He's on the other side of Blake Ranch Road, on the south side. He bought in a commercial zone. Why can't these people buy somewhere or build somewhere where it's already zoned? Leave our area alone. We want it to be residential, rural residential. I ride my horse down through there. And you know, all these people that I have neighbors with, they don't have fences all the way around their properties. I have to be very careful about where I ride my horse, so I'm not trespassing. Do you think these people who are RVers, they're going to be bringing their off-road vehicles? You think they're going to be paying attention to somebody's no trespassing sign, or even have any consideration to not trespass onto somebody's property that's not fenced? No, they will not. Thank you.
Ronald Nyberg. Jacqueline Lilly, you're on deck.
How many minutes do I have by chance?
It's 3.
Wait, no.
Oh, no, he has, excuse me.
I thought I had 12.
We had people donate time, 6 minutes.
Okay, so I have 4.
So this is the Board of Supervisors meeting, not the Planning and Zoning. I know Planning and Zoning, they give you 1 for 1, but on this one you get 6 minutes.
Okay, so I have 4 people, that's 6 minutes?
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm going to make this short. I appreciate the board, I appreciate the commission. I've kind of upgraded my education. My biggest threat in my mind is the water. The lower standard of water supply not being the highest standard. 100 years supply makes me nervous because of a fractured water zone. You can drill a well 20 feet apart and spend a whole lot of money on a dry hole and then spend a whole lot of money again and have a big well. We don't know what's down there. The new threat with the 25-year going drought, history in Arizona of 125-year drought back 1200, collapse of the Anasazi civilization. These rules on water were written during more probably and more prosperous water time. I am more than somewhat very concerned about the water future. Now the freeway, this is not appropriate. Let me explain why. Largest gravel pit in the county, serves all 3 states. Largest truck stop in the county. Okay, we got 2 other blank lots that were big truck stops. When they do rebuild, they're going to be bigger truck stops. Now the fire zone there is rated at high risk. Go buy insurance. There's a reason. With the fire of Dean Peak coming over the mountain one night about 9-10 o'clock, me on my tractor, 15 minutes, I was terrified because I did the math. Going downhill, 3 hours, I was burnt. I would be done. I graded my neighbor's lot, my lot. I graded it till I was seeing that Mother Nature saved us. The wind blew the other way, not the fire department. So, I mean, we are at the risk of fire. We are at the risk of unknown water fracture. I really feel those rules need to be written to somewhat more appropriate situation by situation standard because of the different zoning. Now, when we ask one lot, they own 3. So when they say 150, is that 450? Is that 300 total? Is this 3 RV parks? These are all unknowns. And I've, made efforts to see both sides of the issue, and at points I could see the good in it. I am an RV person, but I can't see the risk factor of a range fire one night with victims arguing with people in RVs and semi-trucks and the expansion of new homes, 1,100 homes south. This does affect north side. It's their emergency exit, peak time, going to work, coming home, school, gravel truck time, semi-shutdown time. In that little 2-lane underpass, there is no sidewalk. If you've got a walker, you're not going to be off of the road. You're going to be in a traffic lane. That's choke point during snowstorms and floods has existed, and freeway accidents where the freeway shut down has exhibited problems sometimes that have gone on for hours. When there's a fatality on the freeway and they're doing what they've got to do as fast as they can, this backs up on that very exit. And it's kind of a nightmare. You might be 200 yards from making your right turn to go home on Dubois. You're going to be there a while because what's going on? So we don't even have those 2 other big truck stops built. We know that zoning's approved. What's going to happen when they turn their wells back on? Okay, we know those wells have trouble, history of trouble. The guys there, wells are going dry. People are drilling dry holes. The history, fracture just gives me, my mind explodes when I think about this fracture water stuff. I guess I was naive and dumb. I didn't know how that all worked, and now I have an idea of how it works, but God knows what's below us for water. We don't even know what's down there. I can't see how the tech... So you can see my concern. Fires, everybody getting out of the way, because that area affects for miles. That's the exit route to get on 40 to get away. Emergency access to that freeway to get away from that runaway wind-driven fire is nightmarish. It's like, I know I'll have to write my animals off if that gets that bad. It's not good. And there's going to be, it's a risk. With the continuing drought, the range is getting worse and worse. Now, God, this drought, this monsoon, they said was going to be a big one. I'm at about 3.5 inches. By now, in a normal year, 10 years ago, I would already have about 8 or 10. When we look at those water studies, how valid are those numbers going into a drought? With Arizona's history of a 125-year drought that collapsed a culture of desert people, they evacuated. They left their community. These people weren't green bees that just moved out in the desert. These people were experienced, were at risk. And I wish the water study had gone to the higher level so I could maybe feel better. As far as him selling potable water, a delivery truck does me no good. Okay, I can understand the aesthetics, him not wanting water trucks. They're not the prettiest thing. But at the same time, that doesn't help anybody south of us or north of us to get potable water if there's water problems. It needs to be, Paul needs to be kind of hidden. He's protecting him, but I don't want this thing passed because I don't feel good about fire. I thank you so much, and I hope, does anybody have questions?
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Lilly. Rick Mars, you're on deck.
And I believe I have my husband's minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Sorry,
thank you.
4 minutes is what
Yes.
you...
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jacqueline Luley, and I am here on behalf of myself and all my fellow neighbors. I'd like to address some of the previous comments made by Kathleen Hicks, who's working for Shannon to see this project through. I first want to address her comment that some of the neighbors that are here today are 4 miles away, and this has no effect on them. While the distance by roads might be true of some, they are still within a mile to a mile and a half as the crow flies. That means that they will see the light pollution being beamed up to the sky from their homes, and no amount of lowering lumens will correct this with the magnitude of so many RVs. Many of us will have to traverse back and forth in front of this RV park, whether going to and from their homes or visiting their fellow neighbors. Will Kathleen and her client guarantee that the tenants of this RV park with their side-by-sides, dirt bikes, dirt toys, won't extend out beyond the so-called 4-mile radius that she so pointedly used in her argument? Can she guarantee that we won't have these RVers driving across private properties and private washes in our area with their off-road toys? Most of us don't have fences around our homes and lands, but as neighbors, we respect each other's boundaries. Will they do the same? With 150 RVers, with possible future developments of upward to 300 RVers, many, if not most, will be carrying with them their off-road toys. What will become of our roads? I'm sure that many will be racing up and down Blake Ranch Road towards the Wallapies to have some outdoor recreation. That road can't support that kind of off-road traffic. You have ranchers, cattle, wildlife, and several homes out in that area. This is not a quick rest stop off the freeway. This is, in fact, a recreation destination they are proposing. Please keep in mind today the influx of vacationers vacationing right in the middle of what is our neighborhoods, our homes. Then you'll hear Kathleen tell you that it only affects a couple of families, so what's the big deal? Really? While I know the RV park will impact many, Kathleen callously seems to think one person's family and their peace and well-being is a small sacrifice. This gentleman sitting behind me here is Rick Mars with his wife Cora. This park will be adjoining their property. Should we have no consideration of these individuals and family? Kathleen will tell you that they've decided to leave a 10-acre buffer between Rick's property and the RV park. Sound travels differently out here in the high desert, and a 10-acre buffer will solve nothing. I have 10 acres between our homes and my neighbors, and I can hear my neighbors speaking clearly in a normal tone when they are outside, and I have major hearing loss. Rick bought here many years ago to build their home here so that they could spend the rest of their retirement with peace. When he bought here, he knew these properties around him were not zoned for commercial. He had no expectation of the RV park as future neighbor, nor should he have, as it's zoned agriculture, residential, and not commercial recreation. This would be no different than if you bought an angle home in the city-zoned residential with an empty zoned residential lot next to you. After your home was built, the city decides to rezone the empty lot to a commercial lot. Next thing you know, you have a McDonald's as your next door neighbor. How is it different? Just because we're rural doesn't mean we should be exempt from the same kind of consideration other neighborhoods have. If Shannon wishes to use his property as its current zoned intended use and build a home and not a vacationer's resort, we would surely embrace him into our neighborhood. Please consider vetoing any further consideration of this RV park. And thank you for this time this morning.
Thank you. Rick Mars. Mr. Mars, it looks like you have 4 minutes as well. Thank you. If you'd state your name and address for the record, for the clerk. Thank you.
Rick Mars, 9550 East Du Bois Drive. I'm right next to this proposed disaster, and I really can't say much more than everybody else said. You don't want to hear me repeat all the same things. I do have some concerns, and one is that we had 130 plus signatures that said we didn't want this. But we had lots of people come up here and speak and say they didn't want this. We had we're against this whole thing. We don't. I've got 38 acres, and I built that house myself in the middle of it so that I could have the peace and quiet. They come from out of state, and they're already telling me what I can't do on my 38 acres. This isn't right. They're going to take California and make Arizona California. Look at the way some of the voting's been going. It's the same thing. I think it's fair that we came here. I came from California. I escaped. I came here so that I could live my life. This isn't fair. They're gonna right next door to me. They're gonna screw up my whole damn thing that I paid my life savings, and I can't afford to go move someplace else. You turn this lot into commercial, and what they're going to do, he's got 138 more acres. He's going to make those commercial too, because he'll have a precedent. It'll be set. Why not? It's only going to hurt a few of us. It's not right. This isn't what this place was set up for. I bet old Bill Blake would be rolling over in his grave if he knew what was happening to his property. It's wrong. It's really wrong. Should not be done.
Thank you, sir. John Latensky. John Latensky. Looks like you have 4 minutes. I think it says here that he has 4 minutes. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
Take your time.
You already know my name. I appreciate the fact that you guys have been elected, but I want to remind you, you have a fiduciary duty to the residents of the area, not to the county, not to the city. You got it to the people who elected you. I implore you, please, we moved out there not by accident. I mean, everybody there didn't just happen there. They went there on purpose. The Blake exit is just that. It's an exit. It's not an interchange. They kept referring to it as interchange. There are times when you can't get through that little interchange exit. It's a bad one. The interchange is miles down the road at 93 South. That's an interchange. There are truths that are self-evident. The biggest one is that the wells at the Blake exit area are regularly in trouble. That whole area is in trouble. The wells not only slow down, they stop completely. This happens so often that the people try and plan for this, and they look around for sources of water that aren't there. They just do without at times. Can you imagine that? They do without. And you put this RV park down there, and they start sucking water and giving it to RV motor vehicles to go to the canyon. There's no hope for water. According to the ADWR and the ADEQ, the Blake exit area is a sub-basin of the Big Sandy. They keep saying they're on the Big Sandy. They're not. It's not on the Big Sandy aquifer. The aquifer is down the road, miles down the road at 93 South at that interchange. This is a fact. It can be verified on the internet. The Blake area water is from an alluvial flow from the mountains. It's intermittent. It's what the water is running down from the mountains going to an aquifer. They don't have one there. They're regularly out of water. The owner of the park, the RV park, promised that he would cancel the plans if there wasn't enough water. There isn't enough water. When you ask for a drink, you're asked if you want water with your arsenic. Because of all the water that's dissipating and leaving the area, that arsenic concentrate is getting stronger and stronger. It's due to a lack of water. It's a lack of volume. We just wait for the water to run off the mountains coming down to that area. There is no volume. There isn't enough water for the park or any other major drawdown. Let's get back to this exit. There are two roads on both sides of 40 that lead into those ramps. And at times you can't get to those ramps. You got trucks coming off 40. You got trucks trying to get back on 40. You got the tourists at Petro. That is not a bad intersection. It's a terrible intersection. If you put this park in there with all these 150 vehicles coming and going on top of the trucks, on top of the poor people that live there trying to get to their mailboxes on either side of 40. What are those people supposed to do? They count on you to make just decisions. You've got plenty of letters from people saying, please don't do this. That's all we can say as citizens. Please don't do this to us. What do? Where do we go? We come to you as the board saying, please help us. The people are talking about being Californiaized. I've been Californiaized, all right. That's why I'm here, and I don't want it to happen again.
Thank you. Sandy Fellows. Sandy Fellows. I think it's maybe John Robinson. You're on deck.
Morning. I'm sure the board is aware that the report on water availability that the developer stated he would provide was done at the Big Sandy groundwater basin. That's not where the proposed RV park would be located, and not where he's going to be getting water and drilling his well. That will be the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin, where residents are already experiencing long wait times in order to get enough water to supply their single-family homes. If we have another big well like they do at the nut farms drilled next to us, won't take long before our wells are as dry as Wickiup. I'm sure some of you can remember the green orchards, alfalfa fields, and gardens that used to go for miles in Wickiup before the Cypress Baghdad mine was granted unlimited access to their water. That's going to be us with dry wells. If the developer has one 100-amp panel at each of the proposed 75 RV spaces, that'll be equal to almost 38 single-family residences. What about his guests that are charging their electric ATVs and vehicles? Who gets to pay for the upgrade to the grid for their profit? That's going to be a tremendous drain on the electricity every afternoon when families are home and making dinner and the day's heat is at its peak. It does affect the surrounding area, the water, the electric, and the traffic. Blake RV Park is a very nice RV park located behind Petro with 70 spaces. They're rarely, if ever, full. This development proposed would be better suited in an area of already higher density, not in an area that the original residents bought specifically because only one residence is allowed on 10 acres. Please, let's be selective about what is allowed to be developed. We don't need another birdland. There's only so much water and only so much open land to develop. Please let's make the right decisions, ones we won't regret. I appreciate your time. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. John Robinson. Roman Zukowski, you're on deck. Thank you.
My name is John Robinson. I live on the north side on Twin Hills Road for more than 20 years. And my concern is that, like everyone who was stating, is water problem. I haul my water. I have a 7,500-gallon tank, and the arsenic level is pretty high. I use a Berkeley filter on my water, and also I distill all my water that I cook with or drink coffee with because of that level. And I can imagine with extra supply on the water system there in that area is going to be very, very bad. And also the traffic is bad too. I mean, I've been there when that was a dirt road going out Blake Ranch down to Cedar Ridge. And now they paved it, but it's still bad. And also the underpass of the I-40 has been repaved a couple of times. You don't do 4 to 5 inches when you have those trucks weighing that 80, 90,000 pounds. You have to go pretty thick with the concrete. And you can tell that it's not basically thick enough because there's still ridges right after they finish. There's still ridges as you go under from the south side to the north side road. So it's going to be a lot of maintenance on that road. Plus, there's no fire protection on the north side. Many of my neighbors can't get fire insurance because of that. Luckily, I was, because I started 23 years ago. So I'm probably one of the lucky ones. But like I say, that my only fear is water and fire. And also the traffic, if you really have an emergency trying to get out. Because I'm 20 miles from KRMC. So if anyone in my family have an emergency and there's a jam, I'm gone, So hopefully I'm against it, and hopefully you realize that there's a problem here, and you know that the Colorado River is going down, and like one of the previous owners said, the Big Sandy further down is plenty of water off 93 and 40. If you're at my location, you have to dig at least 900 to 1,200 feet before you hit water. Down by Big Sandy, you probably can go down 100 feet into water. So this is going to be my big concern, like I said, again, is water and the fire. You need water to put out the fire. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Roman Zakowski. Roman Zakowski, and then Ivana Jones. You could remember to state your name and address for our clerk. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I'm just going to second every speaker who was already here, and you have heard all the arguments, and I'm just going to repeat them. I just want to let you know that I don't know any neighbor in this area who would be for rezoning this area for RV as a commercial lot. There's nobody. And yes, I'm not, my property is not adjacent to that lot, but I still drive through that intersection all the time. I'm fighting semi-truck traffic any time of the day or night. And that traffic is probably going to double after they develop the south side. And RV traffic is not going to help at all, that's for sure. And I just wanted to say that water is obvious. We don't have much water. This is the bone dry desert. We get some heavy rains in a mountain range, but otherwise we don't have enough water for what it is. So if you think about 1,000 extra people with the need for water and obviously the wastewater as well, there are so many concerns that I don't know if the board ever consider it. I don't know if you ever lived out there, but one of the speakers said that we all moved to this area for a reason, so we don't want to live in a city. So we like no borders. We don't need the fences. The RV park like this will change everything. And besides that, we already have one. 300 yards up north of I-40, we have the RV lot, which is never overfilled. So you can board your horse if you have one. Why do we need another one? Why do we need another commercial zoning for that very reason? It's absolutely unnecessary. So the way I see it, it would be reckless for the board to approve making the private area a commercial zone just for that reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ivana Jones.
I'm not a good speaker. I just want to oppose the project, and I want to give my minutes away to somebody who would like to use them.
Okay. Do you know who that is? The individual?
No, because I was going to give the minutes to Janice McGee, but I guess it was not allowed for her to speak longer. So anybody who would like to use my minutes, you're welcome.
Well, we have one more speaker. You want to give it to them?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll give Remington Bishop. Come on up. You're lucky. You get 4 minutes. Fortunate, I should say, not lucky. We have this gentleman and one more lady. Did you give your minutes to anybody or not? Okay. What's your name? Richard and Phyllis Beers? Okay, we'll find your names. Please proceed, sir.
Good morning. My name is Remington Bishop. I live at 251 North Friendship Pass, Kingman, Arizona, north side. A little bit of ways from there, but fighting all the same issues. I'm not going to repeat any of those. I want to know where this document is. This is something that has to be filed before you even have your first discussion meetings, and I cannot find it. I've asked several organizations for where this is, And I'm hoping that someone in your organization knows where it is. First, unless they've been given a waiver for all the requirements in this document, which I would be surprised. So, basically 5 things to say. I'll say them as quickly as I can. Adding another 350 living spaces requiring home site potable water, wastewater treatment, sewers, and new wells in the Big Sandy surface watershed, which is where they're saying it's going to go, it is going to be taking water from the underground aquifer. That's not the Big Sandy aquifer, okay? Changing some external natural runoff locations and pools by converting open natural surface vegetation and tree coverage and clearing additional construction for new blacktop, concrete, or compacted roadways for site access, plus the individual home sites and the parking pads for vehicles is going to also cause a problem. Construction of the hard surfaces for animal secure enclosures for trash containers, because they said within 300 feet of every resident there would be a secured trash container, which means garbage truck probably more than once a month coming by. The ground clearing and construction and routing has not been determined for either overhead or underground power lines. I haven't seen anything on that at all. And the maintained roadways, which require all these traffic lights, which would require traffic lights to control and accommodate all of the people entering and leaving this area. That's not news. That's something that has to be done. This is the 4th generation of that road that you guys did, because the 3 previous ones failed and they flooded. So you're going to have to expand that and add dedicated turn lanes for 2 or 3 RVs, 100 feet each, to get on and to get out of that area. That seems ridiculous to me. And construction-controlled privately funded access roadways, which the county doesn't maintain a lot of roads out there. Are you going to increase your maintenance on the roads around there so everybody has access? I think you should do that. I would like I say, I've been looking. I have asked plenty of organizations for a copy of this, and I haven't seen it. In there is the form for having public meetings, which we've already had, but where's the data? That's what I'm asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Phyllis Beers and Richard Beers, you're on deck. Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon. No, we're still morning. My name's Phyllis Beers. I live at 10730 East Old Highway 93, and I would like to say I am not to be dismissed. We have been dismissed by the owner, the architect, and their representative because we don't live, as they say, near this proposed RV park. We are important because we live there, we use the same roads, we use the same water sources, we use the same electric grid, so we matter. I won't go into everything that my fellow community members have gone over. I'd just like to tell you, my husband and I moved here from New Jersey. Changes in zoning in New Jersey has made that state overdeveloped, overpopulated, sky-high taxes. You can't afford to retire there. So we did our due diligence, and we invested everything we had, and we moved to this area, Kingman, because it was so special. If you want to build an RV park, there's already 25 of them in Kingman. Do we need a 26? There's one directly across the highway, as everyone has stated. And everyone has stated that it's never full. Well, let me state something that hasn't been stated. If you think this is going to be better than that RV park, I have news for you. That RV park, because it is never full, is on the market for sale. So it would be a better investment to maybe buy that where you already have the hookup for electric and water and so on, instead of devastating an area that is zoned residential and agricultural. It is zoned that way. to help manage our infrastructure. It is zoned that way to protect our property values. It is zoned that way to preserve our quality of life. We pay our taxes. We vote in our elections. We matter. We asked for your help to save our community, save our agricultural businesses out there, save our environment, the wildlife, protect our infrastructure. Please do not allow this to happen. You have precedents of the RV park right across the road not being able to make it. Don't allow the devastation of our land for another empty business that hasn't been able to make it. Thank you for your time.
Richard Beers.
Hello, my name is Rich Beers. I am a registered voter. I hope everybody here is registered voters, and we believe that we oppose this between the water, fires. If they want to put 75 RVs in a lot with propane tanks, and they want to, 500-gallon water tanks? You know how much damage that will do? And he keeps saying there's 4 people that live around there. All the way up to Bois, it's all the people. You need that one road to get out, Blake Ranch Road, and it's probably like 200 people. So when he keeps saying there's 4 people, no, there's a lot of people. We have to get our mail 5 miles. We have to go through the Bois to Blake Ranch Road. And what about crime and holidays? When they come with their RVs and they start lighting off fireworks at the 4th of July, who's going to stop it? He's going to have security there? I'm hoping he does, and I hope he doesn't have it built, because I think he should build it in California. That state, let him ruin that state. Well, it's already ruined. I don't want him ruining our state. And I just want to say, like I said, I vote all the time, not in the primary. I vote in the general elections. So please, stay with us. Thank you.
Kathy Tackett Hicks.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Kathy Tackett Hicks. I am acting as one of the agents for the proposed developer on this. And I'm kind of shocked at some of the things that I heard. I would never in a million years say that someone didn't matter. What I did say, and I'll be clear about it, is that a majority of the opposition who signed on to this were several miles away, over 2, 4, 6 miles away. And the only reason I brought that up is because you also have to protect the private property rights of an individual. And if one of the people that opposed it, I was not lessening a 6 mile away opposition to it. What I'm saying is that does not matter as much as the people that are right next to it. And that's just what we're trying to address. I do the meetings all the time. I actually enjoy the public participation because it's always back and forth. This one has had a lot of it. The opposition has never wavered. They just don't want it. But there are lots of reasons why this is a really great location. It is off of that Lake Ranch Road off-ramp, and there are existing commercially zoned property in this area right now, not adjacent, but in this area. And I've had spoken with Bill numerous times on, more commercial in this area. This is a great location. It's supported by the state's desire to have good amenities and pull-off places for the driving public, because there are not very many of those. And although there may be 28 RV parks, there are very few that are at it on a major interchange like I-40 that goes from California to Florida, that you can get right off with ease of access on and off. And the site is also good because it has visibility from I-40, which is important when people want to stay somewhere. In Kingman, you don't have that visibility for the driving public. They just go right through. Mojave County also wants to keep the tourists and people that drive through in town a little while. It makes really good sense to have places where people can come and enjoy and then expand from there. There are several items that were brought up, and I'll try to hit some of these here. This basin is on the edge of the Big Sandy Basin. It's not in the middle of the aquifer. We know that. It is on fractured rock area. The developer did have a preliminary water study look at this, and there are no fatal flaws in that water study. Okay, he's going to have to drill a well. It's at his risk. He will drill, I think, some of the problems, and you can look at it with ADWR. There are more shallow wells, and there are problems with that. It's all across the state, not just in this particular area. So the risk of drilling a well and having enough water is borne by this developer. From the very start, this initial request included 120 acres of commercial. That was the request. After we went to the first P&Z hearing, and there was opposition, and the P&Z Commission asked us to go do a public hearing and try to find out what those issues are, and then bring it back at the next meeting, which we did. So I was the one who spearheaded that on-site public hearing. We had about 75 people show up, and most all of them were opposed to it. I mean, there was no mistake, but we heard lots of things that they said. Some of this stuff, and they made adjustments. So 120 acres went down to 70 acres. The one gentleman with the hat, he is next door to the other property. He likes to shoot on his property, which is great. And he doesn't want something right up to his because he can't shoot. There is a 40-acre parcel in between this proposed site and that right now. There's a huge buffer between that. There's 10-acre buffers on the south side. Do I get any more time? Do you have any questions?
You have 4 minutes, right?
Oh, okay.
Due to the people who spoke at the beginning, Kathy, the applicant gets 9 minutes total.
Okay.
And so they took 5 and you had 4. Okay,
I already
sorry.
used 4?
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. That was the last individual that actually signed up. Is there anyone else in the audience that did not sign up that wishes to speak, or that did not donate their time to a speaker that we've already heard? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to open it up to the board for questions. Supervisor Martin?
Well, I hear a case on both sides, but I'll tell you what, for me, is the deciding factor. That's the water. I've lived in Mojave County for over 50 years, and I'm very familiar with that area. I remember way back in the 70s when they were talking about water out there, had a lot of arsenic in it, and it was in a fractured rock source. It wasn't a identified big basin of water. So I've seen this. I've heard about it forever and ever and ever. And to this day, my thought processes are, if you don't have water, you got nothing. You got nothing. And in this case, knowing that right now, people are going across the street to Petro only to be told, come back because we don't have water. I don't think, in my opinion, that we should subject the people who are out there to a possibility that a well could be drilled and they would not be able to get water except from that one source. I'm all for private property rights. I believe in that. But then again, you got to look at the big picture and say, you know what? We have a problem out there. That is not a good, solid water source. And me, for one, I will not support any commercial development there.
Order. Thank you. I've asked for order. Any other comments? Director Latoski, I've got a couple of questions for you. Would you mind coming down? Thank you. You know, I've lived in this area for quite some time too, and what I've noticed on that off-ramp, well, I think we've all seen it on the weekends, there just seems to be more and more and more trucks on the road. I've been there late at night, and I've been there really, really early in the morning. And the thing that is concerning to me is, yeah, the truck stop, they have an enormous parking area for the trucks to stay overnight, but that doesn't stop some of them. I mean, it's been backed up on all sides where the trucks are parked behind each other, and it makes the driving lanes actually a little bit narrow, in my opinion. They're not supposed they're not supposed to do that, but they do that. And I'm concerned that when you look at that little hook, that little leg right there, and I've seen several times where they have a lot of trucks that park there too, and it really reduces down the travel area for those of us that are still driving. I'm not a traffic engineer or an engineer at all, but you are, and it just seems like there would be some substantial, significant traffic flow improvements that would be required when you're talking about all the trucks that are there already, and then some big RVs that are going to be coming through there. I mean, it already gets gummed up. What's your thoughts on what would be even required in that area? I mean, because I think that it'd be like a significant widening and safety improvements there. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, yes, I completely understand your description. As it relates to access off of what is really a frontage road, Dubois Road, we would really have to strongly look at how the off-site improvements are going to look in terms of accepting the RVs and other heavy vehicles. I've seen some instances on the frontage roads where large tractor trailers are parked on the shoulders, and it really gives virtually no room to the ingress and egress along the frontage road area. So I don't necessarily want to promote widening of the shoulders and that sort. I would really like to see a solution off-site. That's one of the things that are actually the priority of the federal government right now, the Federal Highway Administration. They are actually assigning premiums, if you will, or preferences to projects that promote off-highway truck parking, large truck parking. It's a real problem right now, especially in the West, as we see, because that infrastructure just doesn't exist. But my suggestion would be having to see whether it's this project or any other project, ample amount of off-site park, be accommodated so that it can accommodate the necessary types of vehicles that development is generating.
Yeah, I think that it's a real problem there right now. That's my opinion. Any other questions? Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Latowski. Is Dubois Road our road, or is that an ADOT frontage road?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, Dubois Road is actually our road. That was one of my first projects when I joined the county. We hard surfaced it some 18, 20 years ago.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Borelli, anything?
We can bring Miss Kathy Tackett here up. I just got one question.
Yes. Kathy, you want to come back to the podium? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. You were talking about buffer zone one side. You didn't get to finish the other side of the buffer zone of that property. Can you explain that other acreage?
So there are 3 parcels. The initial request was 3 parcels, 3 40-acre parcels. And so right now the request has gone down through a couple of iterations. We've reduced it about 75%. So the 28 acres now sits in the middle parcel on the top up next to Dubois. So there are 10-acre parcel buffers to the south. And then on the east and the west, there are 40-acre parcel buffers on the east and the west. We had requested that there be a phase 2 on the west parcel, and the P&Z Commission did not support that. They supported this 28-acre right in the middle.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Lettman, thank you, sir.
Kathy, I'm looking at that center parcel, our materials here, and I noticed behind the RV park, there's a phase 2. What is that all about?
The phase 2 is what we had requested. You should have something that shows 28 acres, and then on the bottom there's a 10-acre parcel. Mm-hmm. That is not a phase 2. That is not to be rezoned. That stays AR10.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I want to say to everybody that took time out of their day today, the applicant, and to all of you, first of all, I appreciate your decorum today. I know that there's strong feelings on both sides. We've had issues in front of this board in some areas in District 4 where they're not as hospitable and civil, and we have to gavel them down. So I appreciate everybody acting like adults. I've got some real concerns. This is in my district. I've spoken to both sides. I want to say I appreciate the applicant actually offering to sell water to the residents, but you got a school there. You've got the dividing line to me. I've been here almost all my life. It's been on one side there's commercial, on one side there's not commercial. I think that the traffic is a big concern to me, and with the water, one of the speakers said we don't know exactly what's under the ground, and that's true. Kingman didn't even know exactly what was under the ground until they partnered with the county in the Wallapai area and spent like almost $600,000 to do a study with USGS to find out exactly what was under the ground. So I'm a little concerned because I know that this area is fractured, and I just don't know if also support private property rights, but I just don't know that if the future risk is worth it. So. Any other discussions, or I'd entertain a motion? Supervisor Martin?
Motion to deny.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Thank you all. We'll move to the next public hearing. We're going to open the public hearing on item number 33, discussion and possible action, approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2026-133, a rezone of assessor's parcel number 225-27020B from an AR agricultural residential zone to a C2H highway commercial zone to allow for heavy equipment rentals in the Mojave Valley vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have one person, the applicant, that signed up to speak. Jackson, I'm not sure if you want to come up to the podium, sir? I'm not sure what your last name is here. Is it Wan or Warner? Okay, Jackson Warner. If you'd state your name and address for the record for our clerk.
My name is Jackson Warner. I live at 74.
Let me pause you for a second. If I could get everybody to be, please be quiet. We're in another public hearing. Thank you. Go ahead. Please proceed.
Jackson Warner. I live at 7416 South Martin Drive.
Okay, please proceed.
I'm just here to answer any questions.
Oh, okay. Very good. Is there anyone else here that would wish to speak on item number 33 during the public hearing? Going once? Going twice? I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 33. I'd open it up to the board for discussion.
Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second? For that motion and second? All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? I just appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 34. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2026-134, a special use permit for assessor's parcel number 123-36-019 to allow for an in-line amplifier hut in an AR A8 agriculture residential 8-acre minimum lot size zone in the Butch Cassidy Road, Dutch Flat vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have nobody that signed up to speak during the public hearing on item number 34. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 34 during the public hearing? Please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record for our clerk. Thank you, sir.
Hi, Christopher Scorsese with Zale.
Please proceed.
I'm here to discuss the rezoning and classification. The ILA hut is an inline amplifier, a utility infrastructure building that is roughly 24 by 38 max. And it helps in boost the signal so there's no degradation in the already existing underground fiber line. If you have any questions, I'd love to speak with you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak during the public hearing on item number 34? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'd open up to the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
Motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion. Second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, board. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 35. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution number 2026-135, a rezone of assessors parcel number 324-25-464H and 324-254641 from an SDC2 Special Development General Commercial Zone to an RMH Single Family Residential Manufactured Home Zone to allow for a manufactured home park in the Kingman vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We do not have anyone today signed up to speak in the public hearing on item 35. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 35? Going once, going twice. I'm going to close the public hearing. I'd open it up to the board for discussion or possible action.
Move for approval as read.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
I have a question.
We can do additional discussion if we get a second.
Okay, second.
Additional discussion, Supervisor Martin. Thank you.
Okay. My understanding is this is adjacent to an existing mobile home park. Is that right, God?
Director Holtree, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Martin, that is correct. Directly adjacent across the street from this is another manufactured home park.
Okay, with that, I make a motion to approve.
Your second stands. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, board. Last public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 36. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of Mojave County Ordinance 2026-05, a request for an amendment to the Mojave County Zoning Ordinance, Section 34, regarding underground storage of compressed gas in Mojave County. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have one person that has signed up to speak. Jeanette Darren.
Thank you. My name is Jeanette Duran, and I live here in Kingman at 121 Pine Street. I just have a question. I mean, why is Mojave County a dumping ground for all these toxic chemicals? Compressed gas is a liquid, right? We've had so many problems with chemicals. I mean, I don't have to go back to July 5th, 1973 when the Doxol explosion happened. These companies that want to do all these things, they always promised there's all kinds of safeguards. Nothing can happen. There's no problem. It'll never leak. Yeah, that's what they said about that pipeline in the Gulf of Louisiana that for 2 months spewed billions of gallons of oil out and ruined the whole environment there. Why is Arizona and Mojave County in particular the dumping ground for these kind of places? Why not Texas? They got a lot of empty spaces. I mean, I know they tell you, oh, it's safe, we got all these protections in place, but unfortunately, when there's always accidents, there's always problems. The pipelines from, Canada going through states, there's always problems. When you believe these big companies, and then when something does happen, who ends up cleaning it up? It's the taxpayers that end up footing the bill for this mess, and the environment suffers. I mean, why do we need a gas tank underground over there? Why? I don't see a point to it. If they need this to store someplace to store it, how about let them take it to Texas? I mean, or someplace else that's, I don't know. It just seems to me that it's a big risk, and they give lip service to all the safety stuff that they claim that they have in place, but there's always a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing. Director Holtry, if you could just testify to the board. I believe this is similar to what we did with the data centers. This would just require that any proposed project that is compressed natural gas would have to go through a special use permit process, right? SUP.
Mr. Chairs, members of the board, that is correct. We're bringing this in advance before we get into any type of situation where companies come in and they want to do something with compressed gas stored underground, and we don't really necessarily have anything in our ordinance. We would have to kind of fit it in there, and maybe that already it would allow for it outright. And so we wanted to cover our bases, similar, like you said, with the data centers. We didn't have anything in our ordinance about data centers. This would put it in our heavy manufacturing zone, so our heaviest manufacturing zone with a special use permit. So anytime that somebody would like to come in to the county to do underground storage for compressed gas, just to give you an example, we've had some inquiries about the Red Lake area with the salt caverns, and they would want to use that for compressed gas. That's something that's not in our ordinance right now. But with this, it would require that it has the heaviest zoning, so our MX zoning, as well as a special use permit. So they can't just outright do it. It would have to go before the commission and the board. They would have to present their plan of why they think it would work, or how they would present it, and then the board would have the ultimate decision on whether or not it should be approved. So that's amending our ordinance to just state that it's there, because right now we don't have anything in our ordinance.
Great. Questions from the board? Supervisor Martin.
Mr. Holtry, when it says an amendment to the zoning ordinance 34, so what exactly does that amendment say?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Martin, it says, so if in the backup it kind of shows exactly what the amendment is. It's just to our zoning ordinance, and it's in section 34, but it's amending the MX zone to allow for, in our special use permit area, it lists these underground storage of compressed gas.
My understanding is that there's a company that wants to do this out by Red Lake. They own something like 10,000 acres out there. Is this where this is? I mean, that's not zoned for MX out there, is it?
Supervisor Martin, no, it's not zoned for MX. So they would have to go through a rezone first and get the special use permit if this gets approved.
Has they submitted any applications?
Supervisor Martin, no, they have not.
Okay, all right.
Do we have any other questions from board members? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it. The item is approved. We'll move on to agenda item number 37, a discussion on possible action regarding receiving a report from the Economic Development Department and review the fiscal year 2026 zero-based budget achievements and shortfalls. Director Ursenbach.
Thank you, Supervisors, for allowing me to come. First of all, I want to state that this is a pilot program. This is not something that we have done before with the county. And so we as a department, as well as the old county manager, Sam Elders, and the past CFO, Luke, did not really know how to pull this together. And some of our time that was involved in this was not actually even allocated for, because we were still working on the grant that took quite a bit of our time as we pulled it together. Even though tourism was only about 5% of our time, we didn't know how to pull that together. So we all worked together, but it didn't quite work the same as what we would expect. The other thing that changed this year was that we ended up short-staffed. Our office assistant was empty for about 4 months, and our grant administrator was out for 6 months. So we were filling in that position as well. So with that, we've got that in. Okay. We're going to start with business retention expansion. Our first goal was to have 20 monthly visits, which would have been 240 visits per the year.
We ended up with 230, but as I stated, we were short-staffed, or we would have gone beyond that 230 visits, or 240 visits. So it was 96%. We felt like we did pretty well considering our staff. The next goal was to have 100 people with upskilled training, and we ended up with 184. So that was 84 more than what our goal was even. And then for new attraction, our goal was to have 30% increase in our pipeline of new businesses looking to come to the area. That would have been about 15 new businesses. And instead, we ended up with 53. They've got 273%, but I've got 380-some percent increase. I think that was above the 15%. And out of those, I've got this slide up just so you can see, we had people from all types of and very diversified coming in to look, and a lot of manufacturing, manufacturing, transportation, warehouse, planned communities, hotels. We had 2 data centers, and whenever they call and I let them know, I always let them know that they have to have a special use permit, and I let them know of the board's feelings specifically about data centers. So if they continue, that's on them, and we're still there to support them, but they know in advance what the board's preference is. The next one was to have 3 new larger businesses come, and we did not have any announced during that time period, but we also had a lot of challenges that those companies received either locally themselves or within the county of different zoning choices that they have to get through before they can actually announce. So even though we haven't announced, they are still moving forward on those. Let me go the wrong way. Another goal was to have 150 new jobs announced, and we ended up with 200, not just 150. And so we feel like we met that goal, as well as we have another 140 with those new businesses looking to come that are looking to announce in the near future. Our total tourism goal was a little different. The first one was to become a destination management organization, and that took us until December to be able to do that and to meet all the requirements for the state. The Governor's Office of Tourism is the one that grants that. And so it took us a little longer than planned, but we did get that. And the reason I said that is because one of our next goals was to apply for a grant through the Office of Tourism, but they only do those grants, which we didn't know at the time. They only accept those grant applications the first part of July. So not knowing that, we were not able to achieve that goal. Because you had to be a DMO first before we could do that. And then attend 3 out of 4 Colorado River Valley meetings. We attended the first one, and there had not been any after that, so we were not able to continue to attend those meetings, or we would have. The other goal was to create marketing material for the CRV during that time period. And again, that program was put on hold until later this year, and so we were not able to create the marketing material and take it to the hotels, or we would have finished that goal. The foreign trade zone is another one. Create a process for tracking foreign trade activities. Some of these things we put on hold because we still do not have the foreign trade zone approved, where we've not even been able to submit the application for that to the Department of Commerce. But what we ended up doing instead was creating an operations manual so that when it does get to that point, then we can be ready to move forward. We felt like that was better use of the time instead of creating a tracking facility or document that or process that would be maybe used and maybe not used. It would take a lot longer to do that and then have it sit empty. The next one was to include 3 new companies with our application. We have 4 companies ready to go in the application when the application's ready to be submitted. And then add 3 new companies, and we've got 3 to 4 more companies looking to be added once the foreign trade zone is achieved. And then creating marketing material. Again, we didn't want to create marketing material for the foreign trade zone if we don't get the foreign trade zone. And so we put that on hold to utilize our time wisely and not waste the county's time and then have it sit there. But we did do other things that were very alternative. Right there on the, I think it was the 5th of July, 3rd, 4th, 5th of July last year, somewhere in there, we had 2 fires up north. And we spent a lot of time going up to the Colorado City area and supporting those businesses that were affected by that fire. And as you remember, that took out the visitor center of the north rim of the Grand Canyon. We're still working. In fact, I have a meeting, I think, as early as tomorrow or sometime this week anyway, continuing to work with Coconino County and the Utah counties to continue working to make sure that the businesses in those areas are taken care of. And they didn't want to leave Mojave County out, so we're part of that. Advancing workforce development through the grant. That took a lot of our time last year, and we were very proud to the fact that when we did, with that grant, we found out that we in Mojave County actually was able to help more people to get training than any of the other areas. In conjunction with Mojave College, the program that we had has been more successful, and so we've been really excited because that was a 5-county grant. But a lot of our time, like he said, was spent on that grant up and beyond what we would have done with the zero-based budget program that we were in. So not understanding how we were told we didn't think that we were supposed to include the grant in that process, just not understanding how to report on that grant on the zero-based budget has been harder for our department. Digital Tourism Magazine, at the back of the end of the backup for this, I included the portion of the Digital Tourism Magazine that we started to create, and we were working on that until about May or early June, but May, I think, is when they've taken tourism out of our department. So we've submitted that to the new tourism department, and they can finish it. In other words, our department would have been more than willing to finish it. But I believe it takes a lot of time and content to pull that together before you can ever start putting it into an actual magazine. So I was very proud of the work that I did and that my staff worked on for that magazine. So it's ready when they're ready. Expanding Mojave County's global visibility through the American film market. And this was a really fun project that we worked on. It took a lot of time. We created a logo for the whole county that the cities can use, not just the county. We became unified, and Kingman and Bullhead specifically went to the American film market with us. We had people staffing. Our staff did 50% of the time, and then Kingman and Bullhead they split their 50% of the time. We've got swag left over, but since then we've had quite a few inquiries for TV shows as well as for filming to come to the county. Our ADA trail, we're finally, after a long time, we were able to get it ribbon cutting last week. We worked on this throughout the whole year, making sure that it was ready for people with any types of disabilities. The one thing we don't have up yet is the rails, and BLM is putting the railing up. And then eventually, with those railings, then people that are even blind will be able to go with their family and walk on that ADL trail and then see the beautiful outlook at the end. The other thing that we don't have up yet, the BLM is going to put in a really nice picnic table with shading over top so that people go to the end of that trail and they're going to be able to rest and cool down before they go back. Nucor Steel was one that we worked on for a long time, and I just wanted to highlight that because we continued to work with them during the year, and we continue to work with them, will continue through the rest of the year. But their new melt shop brought in 140 new jobs, and we're really excited for what they've done. And then they're also expanding to bring in some of their own power. It took a long time to get to that point for them. They didn't have the power that they needed. And so even prior to this year, we worked with them, with Unisource, with the Arizona Corporation Commission to be able to get the power that they needed. Finally, they ended up having to find alternative power, and so we've worked through that process, but continued to work through that quite a bit this past year. And the I-40 Trade Port Corridor and Inland Port we've been working with, they've got some land out in the Griffith area that they're looking at. They don't have contracts in place yet, but that's going to be huge. It's going to bring in a lot more development. As I've sat and watched inland ports throughout many states, every time there's an inland port, all of a sudden manufacturers and trucking companies come in, transportation. And so in this case, they're looking for quite a bit of land, where some of the other areas like Winslow, they're only looking at, I think it's 140 acres or something, it's smaller. Albuquerque, we ended up going to Albuquerque to their ribbon cutting, and that was, again, it was a smaller area, but they know that coming in out of the port from Long Beach and LA, the first place they're going to stop is going to be somewhere that's going to be able to support all of these businesses, get them out of California. And that first place is going to be right here in the Mojave County. And then we're working on a website. We were hoping to have it completed by the end of June, but it will be a little bit longer. It took a little longer to get through procurement, quite a bit longer than we anticipated to get through procurement. But we're through that process and we're working on it. We should have a brand new economic development website in the near future. And our software we've been working on, we have a CRM platform that I've spent quite a bit of time this year working with different software companies. In fact, I've got another one again to talk to in the near future to make sure that we can partner with, not just be in silos, but partner with all of the different entities, the college, Arizona at Work, the high schools, anybody that needs to be working with businesses, not individuals, but businesses, that we will be able to collaborate with them and see if I go out to meet with Nucor Steel, since that's one I just talked about, the college is going to be able to see what some of those challenges are and be able to go in and see in that software that what that looks like, so that when they go, they're ready to talk about the training needs or programs that they could create. The same would happen with Arizona at Work or the SBDC or anybody else with these businesses. So we're transparent, we're working together, and we're not burdening these businesses with several people knocking on their door. And the Opportunity Zone, as you remember, it wasn't very long ago that we brought that before the board so that we could submit the 5 census tracts with the highest amount of businesses that were already committed to coming to those areas with capital investment that was already ready. And in most of the cases, the infrastructure was either there or almost there. It's coming. And so we took the 5 top ones and submitted that to the state. That took quite a bit of time on my part. Chairman Linkenfelter spent a lot of time up north with his one census tract with Colorado City, but I did the other 4 with the city of Bullhead and the 2 individually. I spent quite a bit of time making sure that everything was put together. And so now we just wait till the end of the year to see who the federal government decides. And then every month we do a newsletter, and that takes a lot of time as well. Even though that was not part of the zero-based budget, it probably should have been, because I write articles, my staff writes articles specifically for that. We don't rely on AI to do it all. We do it, and then we might put it in AI to make sure it sounds right, but we do all the writing ourselves. And we have a business resource guide. I don't know how many pages. It's about 70. It's not just a small resource guide that we've been working on throughout the year, and that we just wanted to wait before we put that out for the public until after today. So after today, we have a QR code that'll go out in our newsletter, and that's ready to be submitted and issued to the people that need it. And with that, I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I'd open up to the board for some questions. Questions from the board? No. Supervisor Borelli, you have any questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Tammy, I may have missed your reporting on the building a robust business retention and expansion program. I know that you did some surveying, but did anything else happen on that performance benchmark?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean.
Creating a robust BRE program for Mojave County? I mean, we've talked about that for years. And
We've talked about it. We feel like we've got a program in place. We came to you last month with some new questions, new ideas, but we haven't heard any feedback back from you.
well, I'm not paid to do it. You say you talked to 53 active businesses. Are you receiving just one phone call for those and then including them in your numbers, or are you actually, is there any sort of verification to see if they're legitimate and serious?
I'm sorry, which?
You said you had 53 active potential businesses.
Right.
And I'm asking, is it just one telephone call and you're adding those to the list, or are you doing anything to verify that they're actually legitimate and serious?
I usually, before I put them in the pipeline and before I put them in the data center or our CRM, I usually have several phone calls with the company. I verify that what they're doing is they're actually coming. This is not just a phone call.
Okay. You said you facilitated 150 new jobs. I'm curious, would those jobs not have been created otherwise by the private sector, or did you do something special to create those jobs?
Are those the jobs through business retention expansion, or are those the jobs, the 200 jobs through?
I just saw in your presentation you said that you facilitated 150 new jobs.
So in the presentation, I said our goal was 150, but we did 200.
And how were
that
those?
Was with,
what did you do to facilitate them?
Those were, what did I do to facilitate? I worked very hardly. 140 of them were with Nucor Steel. 50 were with Interstate Warehousing, and 10 were with Lamonco, their expansion.
My next question would be why, curious why workforce development in the county is not advancing the workforce grant.
The workforce grant?
Yeah, you mentioned a workforce grant.
Yes, the Northern Arizona Good Jobs Network grant was not. I have given proof and documentation to County Manager Strahl that they chose not to be in charge of that at the time. They wanted the Workforce Development Board to be over it, but they did not qualify, and they chose not to create an MOU with Local First Arizona. But the grant itself was with the county, and they chose not to work with it.
Okay. What was your budget last year? Was it?
I don't know that in front.
800,000?
Maybe 300. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll close and say that I'm looking forward to Manager Strahl's recommendations at the end of the first quarter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We'll move to item number 39. 38 has been pulled by staff. Item number 39, discussion, possible action, adopt the 2006-2007 tax levies and rates for Mojave County tax authorities, acknowledge the tax levies for special districts, school districts, fire districts, and cities and towns in accordance with ARS 42-17151 and 42-17254. We have a couple people signed up to speak. Mr. Armin Stange, and then Chuck DeShazer, you're on deck. Thank you.
I'm in Fort Mojave, aka the German. You all know my stand on property taxes, that the property owner, school taxes and fire department taxes, that the property owner has to flip the bill all the time for everybody else. So I got a problem with the fire department. The fire department, I am trying to get this vehicle removed for 3 months. I called them 3-4 times. They never return the phone call. They don't want to talk to me. Oh, yeah, maybe we're working on it. This is a public risk. If someone gets into that RV, gets hurt, choose the fire department. Who's flipping the bill then? Fire department is always begging for more money. You know, District 5 gave them what? Just about $3 million last year? It's ridiculous. They're beggars. You know, they need to step up and clean up their own property. Thank you.
Chuck DeShazer?
Good morning. I'm Chuck DeShazer, 8778 Polaris Road, Topak, Arizona. I'd like to, start by calling out Ron Gould on how are you ever going to get respect and admiration from the rest of your board members if you don't start following the legal advice put forth by the county prosecutor. Last year, you were the only vote to not accept the Topak Elementary School District when you're supposed to rubber stamp this like all the rest of them do. You know, they come up here and they're told by their legal counsel that, I don't know why this item's even on the agenda if you're just going to rubber stamp it anyway. After reviewing what went on last year, we had a raise in the rate for Topak Elementary School District, which resulted in property taxes going from the previous year from $9,912 per student to $19,694 per student, just from the property taxes, not counting any of the state, federal, or ADA or small school monies. This resulted in Topak Elementary having $25,000 per student to spend, whereas Mojave Valley had $11,500 per student, and Lake Havasu City on either side of our district had a measly $12,000 to spend per student. Throwing money at this is going to make these children smarter. I don't know who you guys think you are, that if you look at the handout that I've provided to Laura for each of you, I've just randomly selected 3 of the properties that happen to be in the Topak Elementary School District. And if you look at the top one, I hope it's the Linda Williams property, you can see the Topak Elementary District for her went from approximately $1,200 to $2,200 just for her particular property, from 24 to 25 taxes. That's accounting for, 52% of her increase for that year. You go to the next one, you go from $1,100 to $2,300. That's thousands of dollars adding up. Then you get to the third one, and this particular one, I've been told, has a senior tax freeze on it, but his total taxes went up by $343, whereas Topak Elementary accounts for $379 increase on his bill. How do these seniors expect to stay the way they are?
Thank you. That was the last speaker. I'd open it up to the board. Director Green, did you have anything planned to say today, or?
Thank you, Chairman and Supervisors. This is the annual standing agenda where you approve the county levy to go to the treasurer's office, as well as all of the other levies that the treasurer's office collects on behalf of those other districts. Those other districts have already gone through their T&Ts if required and their levy hearings, and unfortunately you don't have any control over those districts, but you do approve that the treasurer can collect for them.
Thank you. I'd open it up to the board for discussion.
I'll
Supervisor
move
Littman.
to approve item 39 as read.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
No.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 40, discussion, possible action, approve staff's recommendation of 6 legislative proposals to submit to the County Supervisors Association of Arizona in consideration or for consideration, excuse me, in the legislative process for the next legislative session in 2027. Manager Strahl, thank you.
Thank you. These items were solicited among staff. The primary focus on these is to minimize future impacts and try to address some of the legislative initiatives that happened in the last session. So the idea here is to try to stem the tide on some of the unfunded mandates. So there's a nice variety here of the items submitted, and we ask for concurrence to submit these to CSA for processing.
Thank you, Manager Strahl. I'd open up to the board.
I don't think this is the one I could not see on the background material.
Yeah, it looks like I'm also having difficulties. It doesn't look like the backup is showing up on this item for some reason.
I'm not sure what your sixth initiatives
Was
are.
there earlier?
Yeah, this, unfortunately, the deadline to submit these to CSA is the end of the week. So.
Sure. Do you have the information in front of you or one of your staff? Perhaps your staff could go through those.
I'd have to go grab those.
Okay, maybe we could, maybe you could have somebody bring that information down to you, and we'll continue on. We'll come back to item 40. How does that work?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll move on to item number 41. Discussion, possible action, directs county manager to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Arizona Administrative Office of the Courts, AOC, to provide $10,000 for lobbying efforts to restore probation officer funding for fiscal year 28. AOC will be the primary lead agency. Manager Strahl, thank you.
Again, this is an item that was a result of legislative action from last session. Unfortunately, the state had provided some funding assistance for a number of fiscal years, but they left out fiscal year 28. So this is trying to fill that donut hole. And we were approached by the Administrative Office of Courts because they were leading this initiative with the other counties. So this would be the contribution for Mojave County to go with the other counties as they try to address this too. So they obviously recognize this need, and they're trying to address this also.
Thank you, Manager Strahl. I'd open it up to the board for discussion or possible action.
The backup doesn't come up on that one either.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Borelli, thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As had been in the legislature for 12 years, I understand we all have this negative vision of lobbyists, but when we were in the legislature, we were lobbied by everybody to include our constituents. And of course, as things get so hectic there in the legislature, when you're going through the budget process, a lot of times things fall through the cracks, and our legislators, our representatives, need to know what's going on as far as it pertains to the county. CSA does a good job on that education, but sometimes it's good to have an extra voice there to remind our legislators to make sure that these things are covered in the budget and they don't push things back on the county for us to be paying for when the state should be stepping up.
That's well stated, Supervisor. Thank you for that. Any other discussion?
The items have now come up on the link now.
Yeah, no,
Sure why
I've
they
read
were-
this item. I support this item. Looking for additional discussion or a possible motion.
Move to approve item 41 as read.
Thank you. Do I have a
Second.
Second. Okay. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you. Item number 42 has been pulled by staff. We'll move to item number 43. Discussion, possible action, receive a report from Linda Green summarizing the Mojave County Airport Authority Finance Committee meeting held on July 31st, 2026, and request the Mojave County Attorney's Office to take any necessary action and bring to the State Attorney General's Office for further investigation. I'll defer to Supervisor Letman as you put this on the agenda.
I did. So in deference to Attorney Davis, who's asked that after you or Director Letowski attend meetings of the MCA, we should put that item on the agenda for discussion if we so see. So you had a special meeting last Friday. Could you tell us what that meeting was called for?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman and Supervisors. It was a committee meeting, a finance committee meeting.
And what were the major items on that agenda?
It was to discuss the status of the single audit, the forensic audit, look at quarterly financials, go over the budget, airport rates and fees, capital improvement plan, fuel farm funding, discuss audit proposals, and discuss putting a cap on the amount of money that the airport director can spend without board approval.
Now, that last item was a result of an item we had passed at the previous meeting. Can we flip back up to number one real fast? We're going to go through these real fast.
Okay.
What was number one again?
We discussed the annual single audit along with the forensic audit. They're both delayed. And the forensic auditor had just requested 2 years of general ledger information. So we do not have an ETA on.
So he requested 2 years of, I didn't even know this, okay, 2 years of general ledger information before he can complete these audits.
Yes.
So we're not going to see these for a while.
No.
So we're going to continue to have unaudited information for fiscal year 26 and 25.
That is correct.
Okay, what's item 2?
It would actually be 4, and it's the quarterly audited financials.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So the airport director put out initially what I would almost call a pro forma unaudited FY26 results, okay, and that would be the year ending June 30th, 2026. And the initial document, as I recall, was a very interesting spreadsheet that he had created or inputted, and it projected initially, okay, on this first version that was handed out to staff, including you as a director and the other members of that subcommittee, it showed an operating profit, okay, of around $240,000. And we know that the operating profit is the one we really want to focus on because it doesn't include all that FAA grant money and other restricted accounts that can kind of make those numbers go a little haywire. So, and I noticed, and I believe you noticed also, that in the course of that document that came out, that he had an entry, and again, this is on a document sent to you and the subcommittee members, an entry for $850,000, okay, in an account called miscellaneous revenue. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that was what swung the profit over to $243,000. And what was the actual source of that $850,000 that was counted as revenue in this initial document sent out?
Those were loan proceeds.
Okay, so those were proceeds from loans, okay, or a loan and a stipend from Titan Fuels. That's a liability that belongs on the balance sheet. Okay, it certainly shouldn't be counted as revenue. So I'm assuming this was brought up at the course of your meeting on Friday.
That is correct, it was.
And what happened?
They explained that they had already moved it out and that the information we had just hadn't been updated.
Okay, so not the best attention to detail before the document went out. They caught the error, corrected it, and what happened to the operating profit as a result for the airport authority for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026?
Well, if we only removed that, it would result in a deficit instead of a profit.
And do we, well, I know how much it is. Okay, so it swung from the profit of around 245 to an operating loss of $664,600 on revenue of $4.9 million. Not a real good performance. I think you'd agree. That would be concerning. And by the way, that's before they added in any depreciation, before they added interest expense, which to me should be part of the operating income line. Okay, and some professional fees that were zeroed out. Okay, they were counted and then reversed. Okay, so you can count on that loss climbing. Okay, the absolute number. So he has actually put out, as a result after that, he put out, and I believe the board members already have this, a financial compilation. Okay, and this now recognizes the $664,000 loss. You'd agree?
I am not sure which document you have, sir.
This one, the one we passed out this morning. You may not have a copy of it.
Yeah, I do not.
Okay, well, this is put out by the airport director. Okay, so let's, what was the general demeanor of the meeting?
The Friday's meeting went very well. It was very collaborative. They were open to suggestions and open discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so it was professional. Okay,
Yes.
and your questions were asked, your questions were answered. This is the kind of meeting you've really been looking for quite a while.
That is correct.
Okay. What was the next item down on that list?
Let's see, the budget discussion.
I'm sorry, what was it?
The budget discussion, the FY27 budget discussion.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a sec. So he has put together a suggested budget which should be reviewed by your financial committee, and I believe you have a meeting coming up on Wednesday of this week where you're going to take a second look at that budget.
That is correct.
So, and are you going to approve the budget at that meeting? Is that the intent?
I believe that is the intent, yes.
Okay, so the full board will be meeting. So if I understand that correctly, looking at the budget, he's planned for a very modest operating profit. I believe it's under $30,000. That sound correct to you?
Yes, that does sound correct.
Are there any items in that budget, revenue or expense, that really bothered you, that might have struck you as perhaps the numbers weren't well supported, or the thought process going behind them? You might challenge them, like in car rental commissions or...
Yes, there were several questions that I had and noted and asked him during the meeting, and they were going to revisit them and adjust them as necessary. So when they're presented on Wednesday, they'll be more in line with what I would expect would be normal figures.
Okay, so we're going to have a revised budget document coming back. I have a letter that's going out to all the MCA board directors after this meeting today, outlining my concerns about their upcoming budget for the fiscal year 27. And I should note that one of the best indicators of future performance is past performance. And in fiscal 25, clearly missed their budgetary number. But in fiscal 26, just to show you how severe that $664,000 operating loss was, that was a miss against budget of $921,000 they missed it by. So I would recommend, at least I would recommend, a budget that is realistic and achievable. And if that means you're going to project a small operating loss, then do it. Okay, if that's really what's going to happen. So that would be my counsel and advice to you attending that board meeting. What was the next item down that list?
Airport rates and fees.
We can skip that one. I think they're doing the right thing.
Then the 5-year airport capital plan.
We can skip that. I think they've got that under good control.
Possible discussion of the agenda item from this previous board meeting, where it would restrict the purchasing ability of the airport director to $5,000 without board approval.
Okay, so that's going to segue when we get into this Titan $700,000 loan. We can skip that.
Okay, then the next one is discussion of creating an MCAA purchasing policy.
Let's pass.
Fuel farm funding.
That would be the one I'd like to spend a few minutes on. Okay, so let's talk about that. We had a public records request that was sent over to the Airport Authority last week by the clerk of the board. And Laura, not to put you on the spot, how would you characterize the response that came back to your initial request before any documents were received?
They indicated they would get to it.
At some point, or we could have it during the course of a regular meeting.
Correct.
Okay, so later that day, based on that response, we asked Tingwei Chavez, our attorney, to send over the public records request on Mojave County Attorney's letterhead. That happened, and what happened?
We did get a response back from the MCAA attorney saying that they would get, they would help facilitate it.
Attorney Chavez, thank you for your efforts in helping us get it what we should have had all along. Okay, for sure. So apparently the letterhead from the county attorney carries some weight, okay, when it arrives over at the airport, I guess. Let's talk about the fuel farm. So we have a process where we've identified, the airport authorities identified the need to replace the fuel tanks, do other repairs, a significant upgrade, and they actually went through a process of issuing an RFP and found, following the process, an appropriate vendor to designate for the project. And then the next question that came up was funding. So in our public records request and in the documents you had from the Friday meeting, there was a 70-page document in there outlining agreements, contracts, and a promissory note between Titan Fuels, okay, who is a fuel provider, and the MCAA. Do you want to give us a couple of highlights from what that might have had, or I've got questions I can ask if you want.
Okay, well, the highlights from the documents as I've seen them, on the amortization schedule, it shows the funding of $700,000 on June 1st, and the first payment being due July 1st of 2026.
Okay, so you're talking about that amortization agreement
Yes.
right there, okay? And to repeat what you said, on this document from Titan Fuels, and I believe this is approved by the airport director, it shows the loan as occurring on June 1st, 2026, conveniently inside the fiscal year 26 boundary. Okay, go on.
Okay. And then further down, as you read the security agreement is dated the first day of July 2026. And it does mention in the security agreement that the fuel tanks are collateral for the agreement, that the interest rate is 7.25, that it'll be for 5 years or 60 months, and that Titan Fuels can be the only fuel provider during the course of the loan.
Okay, so let me see if I can restate that again. So according to that document, the interest on the loan starts on June 1st, 2026, which would infer to me that the capital changed hands between the MCA received it. Of course, we don't know that yet. But the promissory note and the contract was actually signed a month later.
That is correct.
And looking over the promissory note, I didn't see that it was notarized.
It was not.
Okay, that's really concerning. I find it hard to believe that Titan Fuels would move $700,000 electronically over to their checking account without a promissory note signed. So that should be alarming. Maybe one way to find out is to initiate a public records request, and if the clerk could take this, we'd like to initiate a public records request for the bank statements that this money was deposited into, and I'm assuming that the outflow of that money, which would be a payment as a deposit, we don't know when that occurred. We'd like to find that out also, so we can craft the public records request and let us know if you get any pushback, and we'll move to our colleague over here to my left. Maybe she can help getting the documents you want, if that's needed.
Supervisor Letman?
Yeah.
The airport director did inform the finance committee that the check was being mailed the day of the meeting.
The check to who?
To the provider of the fuel tanks for the deposit for the fuel tanks, the $700,000.
So it's being the money is leaving the checking account in fiscal year 27, correct?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay, but it looks like the money entered the checking account in the last month of fiscal 26.
That is
That
correct.
could have an interesting effect on the numbers report for cash on hand for the year ending June 30th, 26. Okay. Let's talk more about the loan. So anyway, I've kind of made a big stink about, I don't think that anybody should be allowed, just on the whim of a board, a very general motion discussion, to go out and go shopping for a $700,000 loan and execute the loan, make the decision and execute the loan agreements on his own. And so we have a social post from the airport director, and it talks about, and I'll just read, it says, on March 13th, 2026, in a special session of the MCA directors, the motion which was made by Director Dean Martinez, for the airport director to move forward with full construction and secure funded as needed and get this thing done, and was passed on a 4-2 vote. Fortunately, the two negative votes were Director Letowski and your predecessor, who was Director Mornian, representing the county. They probably saw through this real fast, okay, and said, we're not going to agree to that. But it passed on a 4-2 vote, okay. Now, fascinating, he also says in this social media post, you know, the problem with the fuel tank is going to shift a little blame onto the county. I share the Board of Supervisors' frustration, but with the public awareness of this project, and the Board of Supervisors' knowledge of the fact that these 3 tanks should have never been permitted in the first place back in 2002, the city and the county have a fiduciary obligation to the community to not interfere with this project. Are you kidding me? If you want to see a dysfunctional relationship between staff and a board of directors, this is it. And in fact, this is a beautiful summary of what's wrong, okay, over there. So it continues, and he notes in here, the $700,000 was presented as a deposit needed to maintain the project's momentum, and final financing agreements would go through the MCA board's approval process. I don't think that's what the state of Arizona says should be happening when you go shopping for a $700,000 loan. So I've created, did some research and came up with some core requirements for airport governing board approval of loans. So Attorney Mitchell, come up for a sec. You're the pro, okay, on all things airport. Did you have a chance to glance at ARS Title 28 and Title 35? You've seen this document.
I have, Supervisor.
Does it seem substantially to be correct in what co-pilot has told us?
Yes, Supervisor. As far as any sort of board, at least the information in that statute, it requires that a collective board make a decision. So like this board, if you were given powers in statute, you would have to make the decision collectively, and you couldn't do it unilaterally.
Okay, but this seems substantially correct, directionally right, okay? Yeah.
Correct for the most part.
Yeah,
Yes.
co-pilot's pretty good at that. So, thanks, okay. Linda, so I'm going to review what apparently Title 28 said should have happened, okay, when they went shopping for a $700,000 loan. First of all, loan documents, proposed loan documents, would have to be reviewed by legal counsel before a board would ever vote on it. Council must confirm compliance with Title 28, validity of revenue pledges, consistency of joint powers agreement, no conflict with AAA grant assurances, and proper execution authority, which we'll get to in a moment, okay? Are you aware of any memorandums from the attorney for MCAs suggesting a review of any loan documents, a promissory note, a contract, any of that kind of stuff? Do we know of anything from the attorney for MCA suggesting that he looked at a promissory note and a contract and approved it and sent it on to the board?
I am not aware of one, no.
Well, he couldn't have possibly, because at the minute he would have seen, I agree with you, the promissory note, he would have stopped the whole process and said, excuse me, you're not following the rules in ARS Title 28, and you need to go through a different process. Okay, so assuming at some point he's going to do that, the next step is there has to be a formal board resolution, okay, as noted by Attorney Mitchell. It has to be a written formal resolution, just like we do here. In it has to include the purpose of the borrowing, the maximum principal amount, interest rate or cap, the term and repayment structure, any pledge of airport revenues, interesting, authorization for designated officers to execute documents. Are you aware of any formal board resolution approving the loan of $700,000 between Titan Fuels and the MCAA?
Not since I've been a board member, which was in May.
Okay. Financial feasibility has to be demonstrated as part of that. The board must receive and review, so they have to go through deliberate, analysis of these items. Cash flow analysis. Anybody show you some cash flow analysis impact?
No.
Okay. Debt service schedule. I guess we do have that with the amortization schedule. Identification of repayment revenue source. Anybody got that?
No.
How about impact on the long-term financial plan?
No.
Okay. Then finally, there has to be an inclusion in the annual operating budget. Is it in there?
It was not. That was one of the suggestions that I had made, and it should be there in Wednesday's meeting.
So the point I'm making is if you were preparing a fiscal year 27 budget for you to look at on Wednesday, and you'd already executed a $700,000 loan agreement, and we already know what the interest expense is going to be. Wouldn't you want to have this in your proposed fiscal year 27 budget?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm not criticizing you, obviously. I'm just simply criticizing the whole process this is going through. So we don't even have this in the fiscal 27 budget. My guess is by Wednesday, I'm sure they're watching this right now, you will have this in your fiscal 27 budget. Otherwise, they're in trouble. Compliance documentation has to be provided. Again, there has to be a legal review memo. Public transparencies, the resolution has to be discussed in an open session properly noticed, and it goes on and on. And finally, somebody has to be authorized to execute the loan document. But the main point here in Title 28 is the board does it. Okay, they are the ones who evaluate the shopping for the loan. They're the ones who pass the resolution saying you can do this. They. Not a member of staff, especially the airport director, which leads us to another issue. And Director Latowski, you can just stay in your chair on this one, but we noticed in the ACC filing for the MCAA, I believe that the airport director is listed, just yell it to me, Steve. Right, correct. He is the statutory agent, okay, which that's the person who gets the mail. Okay, for the business. But he is not listed as a principal of the MCAA. So somebody, Andrew, I already forgot their attorney's name. Anyway, their attorney needs to determine if he's even allowed to execute documents because he's not listed as a principal by the Arizona Corporation Commission. So that would be very bothersome and worrisome to me if I were on the MCAA board of directors like you and Director Latowski are. There was a second part in that 69 pages that came up. There was an entry for $150,000. So we remember that $850,000 that accidentally got put into revenue. It's proceeds of a loan. And looking at the document, it identifies the $150,000 as a stipend it just identifies it as an advance from Titan Fuels. Your understanding is it's being treated as a stipend. What is that?
I am not sure.
Well, we're not sure either, and hopefully by Wednesday somebody can figure this out. And you also noted that part of that agreement, that Titan Fuels, by signing that agreement and promissory note, was made the exclusive supplier, of fuel for the airport authority.
That is correct.
I'm sure my colleague to my right might have a follow-up question for you on that you posed this morning. Want to ask that?
Ms. Green, is that even legal?
I would have to look into it. Our procurement director might have a thought off the top of her head, but I am not sure without some research.
It seems strange to me that you would loan a business money and then become the exclusive, or it's not a business, it's a government agency, that you loan them money and then you become the exclusive supplier of fuel.
I would agree.
Yeah, I don't think that passes the smell test.
Thank you. He had a comment on that on the social media post, by the way. It's not uncommon in the aviation fuel provider universe to build into the fuel provider contract or proposal some sort of fixed stipend or financing support for the airport's fuel farm repairs and improvement. So maybe the MCAA's attorney could take a look at that and see if that's legal. That'd be my advice. So it sounds like the airport authority is completely in violation of Arizona Title 28 and corresponding Title 25 regarding the procurement of the loan, okay? They had no right to go shop it. They had to bring it back for evaluation. They had to do deliberative evaluation. They did not do that, okay? They had to have a written resolution passed by their board of directors. They did not do that, okay? There is no legal review by the MCAA's attorney of all these documents that was presented to your board. They did not do that. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, okay, that requests that the Mojave County Attorney's Office take any necessary action and bring to the State Attorney General's office for further investigation regarding violations of Title 28 and Title 35 by the Mojave County Airport Authority.
Thank you, Supervisor. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
No second.
I have a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, board. We'll go back to item number 40. I believe everybody's backup materials should be up and running right now. I believe also Manager Strahl has hard copies of all that. Manager Strahl, do you want to lead the board through these?
Yes, I do have hard copies if it doesn't show back up on your agenda. But the 6 items are large-scale land use approval exemption. This is to allow greater flexibility for counties regarding state mandated approval process for large-scale developments. So this is something to maintain local control is a suggestion here. Restoration of indigent defense funds or fees for quasi-indigent defendants. This is a recent legislative change where they removed all indigent, even if they could afford some contribution, they removed all potential contributions for the defense. This could create a significant increase to our budget, estimated about $200,000 starting next year. So this is something we're trying to get that back in. So this is something that would be submitted for next legislative session. Number 3 is the creation of long-term supervised behavioral health residential care for seriously ill adults. This is something that we have experienced locally, where we've had to work with these facilities that are, I guess, longer and further away, and we have to subsidize these, and they're not always readily available. So this is to try to push those programs to actually be developed, and they have not been a priority in the past. The retail energy sales tax would be a new proposal, and this is part of the idea that has been submitted through the National Civil Engineers Association, I believe, or something, a similar organization, where they're looking to try to get some retail sales tax for electricity costs and charging vehicles as there's transition to those type of vehicles. The online noticing for county improvement districts. This is similar to what was recently changed for notices. The county could put these on our website versus the newspaper, so this is just an addition. There's one piece that was not part of that original legislation. And then the final item is the Merit Commission membership for rural counties. Right now, the county struggles with trying to coordinate a quorum based on the requirement that there has to be a balance of number of Republican and Democratic appointments on the commission. So this is to allow these appointments to be less restrictive and to allow these commissions to actually be convened to get around the opportunity or the limitation that we currently have with only 3 people that are currently available. So this is to try to address that ongoing problem because we have people that are submitting to the commission and they wait extraordinarily long periods of time to get that process completed. If there's any questions.
Thank you. I'd open it up to the board for some discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
So on number 4, is that sales tax going to be limited to people that drive electric cars?
That's the intention, yes.
But it doesn't say that in the description.
We can add that. That was my understanding is what that was for.
Because I might be supportive of it if you add it to electric vehicles, but I don't support overall sales tax, additional sales tax on electric.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
Oh yeah, going after you. I believe that the state charges you an additional.
No.
They didn't. That didn't go through.
No.
Okay.
I'm getting away scot-free tearing up the road.
Right, and they need to fix that. So if we can amend that it only applies to electric vehicles, I can be supportive of that. So what's the goal of number 1?
This was submitted by Director Holtree. Maybe he could give you some additional details on. I'm sorry. Yeah, some additional details of that, or I forget.
Controller, you want to come up? I can give a little bit of background on this. I think 11A12, there's actually an exemption for agricultural. If you have 5 contiguous acres, you have to correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, 5 contiguous acres or more, then you don't have to go through the typical planning and zoning approval process. You don't have to go through to the planning and zoning commission or to the board for a hard approval. You can just farm it, and that's regardless of crop type or acreage, scale. And what the intention of this is, it would exempt, if I'm reading the backup right, following remain exempt: small family farms and small scale agricultural operations, 50 total acres or less, existing lawful agricultural operations in place before the effective date of the legislation, free range cattle ranching, grazing, and ordinary ranching activities, customary ranch improvements, including fencing, corrals, stock tanks, water lines, wells, barns, chain structures, ranch roads, similar improvements incidental to ranching or grazing, ordinary crop rotation, fallowing, maintenance, repair, replacement, agricultural use of land already lawfully producing in agricultural production, non-irrigated or low-impact agricultural uses that do not present the same land use concerns as large-scale commercial irrigated agriculture. I think what's happening, this goes back to perhaps the county's general plan process where it has a number of elements, and I know that we can't directly consider water use, but knowing what I know about water now in this area where you've had outside firms from the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, UAE, California, they've come in, and why wouldn't they come in? Because they can. Collectively, they purchased 78,000 acres in this valley, and before the INA, I don't think that they purchased all those acres just to pay county property taxes on them, no matter how much they make. But it's so that they can't do an end run around our general plan and throw every other commercial, industrial, or residential proposed land use in the general plan out of balance, because everybody else has to go through this process. And if you have a 20,000 acre farm that you want to put close to a residential area, you don't have to go through that same process to make sure that it's the right fit. Is that correct? Or is there more to it?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members of the board. So I'm actually, I don't think I submitted this one, but just to speak to the statute. The statute does allow for any type of farming, and it's not just farming. It could be grazing. It could be high density farming. So if you're doing like floral or stuff like that, if you have that 5 contiguous acres, which in the statute also mentions commercial acres, which is not zone commercial, it's a unit of measure. It's very confusing. But the state statute was written quite some time ago, and it does allow for these larger farms or farming within Mojave County without any regulation. So if you have contiguous land more than that 5 acres, then you are able to, you fall into that exemption category where you no longer have to comply with any zoning or building requirements within the county. You still do have to comply with environmental quality requirements, so ADEQ, but as far as building and zoning's concerned, that statute exempts you from that.
And this proposal would still exempt any family farms or agricultural operations that are 50 acres or less, and all ranching, all existing agricultural operations. I'd be for it. I think that if we had that tool in 2015, Mojave County Board of Supervisors at the time could have made a judgment call about how much agriculture this basin could actually support at what scale, make sure that it's the right fit. And then you wouldn't have to ever worry about an INA or an AMA. But we didn't have that back then under former boards. I think it gets, depending on the crop type, anything over 50 acres or whoever knows, you get into thousands of acres of agriculture, just like we don't have any control over a data center that comes in as far as their water use. All we have is land use regulation, right? And at a certain scale, a crop of of a certain size is going to start to be comparable to the water use of a data center. So I kind of get it. I don't know if it'll go very far, but I mean, I'm willing to support it.
I apologize for putting you on the spot, Scott. I
That's okay.
figured you were well versed in this details.
Any other comments?
You know, these are kind of vague concepts to give an approval to. To tell you the truth, I'm looking at a list, but then I've got to go defer to another list to figure out what we're talking about. And I'm just not really motivated to put the gold seal of approval on vague things. If you come up with something that's actually written that it would apply in statute, I might be willing to give thumbs up or thumbs down to this, but I'm not going to give thumbs up or thumbs down to yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. When are these proposals due by, Manager?
Friday.
By Friday. Item number 2, proposal 2, was that the courts? I see Kip Anderson in the audience. Was that the courts, or where did that emanate from? Where did that originate from?
Yeah, that was through Blake.
Through Blake?
Yeah, Indigent Defense Services, yes. And again, that was a result of some legislative changes in the last session where they removed the ability to, at least once they go through the analysis,
right,
and they could afford some contribution. We actually enjoyed a small contribution. Again, this was not covering the entire cost, but they removed that review altogether going forward.
And item 3, does that have to do with the legislation that our LD 30 senator ran on that one gentleman?
I believe so, yes.
Item number 4, did that emanate or originate from Public Works? Was that Steve?
Yes.
Any other questions regarding any of the other 6 proposals?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you. And I'm looking at the retail electric thing, and it's pretty clear that the intent is to tax the EVs. And also reading in the backup, it looks like there would be a reduction per gallon of gasoline in the equation on this. I mean, all these things are nothing more than a postcard sending to the legislature on where we would like to look at it. But of course, Supervisor Gould knows as well as I do. Once the bill is initially dropped and it's going through the process, it's going to go through a gazillion changes before it even meets, if it even passes out of the legislature and ends up on the desk on the 9th floor. But it does look like this is the intent to tax the EVs, and actually looks like a gallon of gas reduction on a tax. But just taking a first glance at this, but this is really a good postcard to send the intent of where we'd like to go. But the devil's in the details.
Yeah, well said. Director Letoski, I just have one question regarding that item number 4. Can you explain the logic behind the different rate increases or the decrease on the cost per gallon?
Absolutely. Chairman Lingenfeld and members of the board, I do wish to give an update on the intent of the proposal, and it was a proposal that I have set forward. It was to establish a 1 cent per kilowatt hour retail sale of electricity tax for all electricity sales, in exchange for a reduction of the motor fuel tax, the state motor fuel tax of 18 cents down to 5 cents a gallon. Alaska is our cheapest state in the union at 9 cents per gallon. So the difference would be basically offset by the additional tax on the household for electricity of 1 cent per kilowatt hours. That would be about an extra $140 a year for households. But the savings in exchange for reducing the motor vehicle tax from 18 cents to 5 cents would also be a similar saving.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm glad I called you up. I thought it was only to be something that an electric vehicle would pay maybe at the charging station or something. Or, but are you saying that it would be applicable to all residential electric customers?
That's correct. Yes, but it could be
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Borelli,
Mr.
thank
Chair.
you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is one of them things where we get our legislators that go, wait a minute, time out here, exclude the residential and stick to the EVs, the electric vehicles. That's got to be that trade-off there. Leave the households alone. I mean, this is where we have to do that carve out. You know, the devil's always going to be in the details, but this is where our representatives in the Senate and the House need to really focus on, wait a minute, that ain't going to fly. So,
I call Director Otoski back up to the podium. I definitely think something needs to happen as far as how we fund our state road system. I mean, it's fallen apart. And there, you see the modeling from the ADOT Transportation, Committee, and they're saying more and more of the money that they're bringing in has to go to maintenance. Pretty soon, it's all going to go to maintenance, right? I don't know how they're going to keep up. More and more of the road system continues to deteriorate, and the longer it deteriorates, the more costly it gets to fix. I don't know how they're going to fix it, but they need to come up with something. I support a solution, but I don't know about,
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know about additionally taxing all of our residential customers when you got Unisource and all the others that are, people could barely make their electric utility bills these days, $500, $600 a month in the summer. It's ridiculous.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
The suggestion that was going through the legislature at one time, it's weight and miles that tears up roads. So really what they should do on electric cars is they should hit them with a weight fee for like they do for commercial vehicles, and some kind of a mileage fee. Assume they're going to move 15,000 miles a year like other vehicles, and tax them accordingly so that they're contributing as much as a motor fuel powered car. The problem when you shift the tax from something that it's concerned with to something that has nothing to do with is you don't motivate people to be conservative. If it's a tax for roads but it's on your utility bill, the two are not really connected. As a politician, I don't want to raise the gas tax, nor do I want to raise your electric rates either. To me, those are both bad politically. But the connection between the gasoline tax and a road, which is a road tax, and roads that are built with road tax is closer than that of electric. And I think Director Lutoski does a great job as Public Works Director, and we've disagreed on the same thing before over the years. So it's not personal; it's just policy.
I think something that you just described, like a formula that would be weight in miles or something, that makes far more logical sense to me than trying to tie it to.
And you have part of that formula now on commercial vehicles.
Right.
Chair.
Supervisor Borelli, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to that point, Supervisor Gould, that did go through the legislature when I was in my last term on tracking miles, and now you've got government tracking people's movement, and that formula got shot down fast. So, when you're driving rural Arizona, you're driving miles, no matter where you're going. But that mileage tax that thing got shot down big time. And and by the way, the electric vehicles already had a waiver and a discount on their license tags because they were electric and they got to go in the HOV without just having that specialized plate. Of course, finally that thing I think is expired, but the EVs need to start stepping up and doing something. But to start tracking miles, now you're restricting people's movements, and I just know the arguments that we had in the Senate just didn't fly. So.
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
Thank
you, Supervisor Gould.
Yeah, I made no plea for tracking of people. Let's make an assumption of 15,000 miles. I was the one that voted against the flock cameras, tracking people. So I'm not about tracking people. I was making an assumption. We make assumptions every day. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Letman, thank you.
I'm sensing the consensus manager sprawl as we love all of these except number 4.
Well, we could take out the electric tax because that obviously should be linked to just the transportation piece.
Yeah.
I agree. And the other thing to just keep in mind, these are concepts, so this is still going to have to go to CSA, which will have to be vetted by them, and they'll have to review whether they actually think it has any kind of
Sure.
legs or not, and then talking to the other counties. This is a start to the discussion.
Yeah, I think as Supervisor Borelli aptly stated, these are the postcards that we're going to send down.
So I will modify that item.
There's a file in their desks where postcards go.
Is it round?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Open it up for a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve the item as read, and we're going to omit item 4.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll second that. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
I appear to have it, do have its order. Thank you, Board. We'll move to item number 44. This actually has 3 parts. First being accept the resignation of Surbat Constable Edward Carmen. Any discussion, or I'd make a motion or?
Motion to accept the resignation.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? I appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item B, establish a timeline for selecting and appointing a new Surbat Constable. Clerk Scooble, do you have any ideas on this?
So there are various things that can be done here at this point. There is a caveat to all of this, and that is that the constable has not withdrawn his election papers as of yet. So he did go through and was elected to a January term for 4 years. And so it is a matter of, do we want to go ahead?
At that point,
Go ahead, sir.
he is not elected.
Or
He is the Republican candidate.
correct.
What's
Correct.
going to happen is the precinct committeeman of the Mojave County Republican Party will caucus, and we will choose someone else to put on the ballot.
Okay, so does he not need to then have, he does not need to withdraw his papers?
I believe he's going to have to withdraw his papers with the election department.
Okay.
But then we will replace his name on the ballot, and there's a timeline to where we can put a new name, and after that timeline, it'll be Mr. Cartman, but that will really be Sue Smith. It's a weird dynamic, but the party, it's not the supervisors that will control that, it'll be the party that controls that.
Okay, that's good.
Well, your concern is he hasn't withdrawn his papers.
He is not.
And what happens if he does not withdraw his papers?
Well, then it
on the
continues. It continues forward. So we can go ahead. We've accepted his resignation. He stated that he would do 90 days after we've accepted his resignation, that he would end his term. That makes it somewhat awkward because, we are only in August.
I don't think there's anything we can do.
Right. So he was asked to. He was asked to withdraw prior to the primaries, and that did not happen.
He wants to be on the ballot. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what action we take on item B.
Yeah. Is Edward Carmen in the audience today? Well, do we move to establish a timeline today or not, Attorney Chavez?
Chairman, so that would be up to the board, but one thing I would like to point out is once we accept his resignation, which the board already just did, and we will have to appoint the officer to fill the remainder of the unexpired term, just until the end of the year. Then we'll figure out if he withdraw from the ballots or not, if he did, and there will be, if there's a vacancy again, then this whole board will have to appoint the officer again for the next round.
For a second time?
Yes, and until another, and then we will have to wait till the next general election.
Is that the best way to legally proceed in this instance?
That would be the best way in terms of a legal perspective.
Okay. You've heard the attorney's office viewpoint. So we need to establish a timeline for selecting someone to fulfill the remaining term, which is December 31st, 2026. Is that correct? Attorney Chavez?
You say December which day?
Of this year.
Yeah,
December 31st of this calendar year.
Yes, this year. So basically, my understanding is his resignation will be effective 90 days from today. And then for that time, till the end of the year, the board will have to appoint someone, an officer, to fill the unexpired terms.
Okay, and then there's a third part of this. Discuss other options regarding the duties performed by the Surbat constable for the rest of the current term. The only other options I think that we would have, sheriff's office and private process servers. Is that not correct, Attorney Chavez? That in that district well, I guess one of the other constables could cover, or the sheriff's office or private process.
The other constables
for 4 months.
Well, Chairman Lingenfelter, and I'm here on behalf of Judge Moss. If we can provide some assistance, we will. I wonder, you've accepted his resignation.
Yes.
Maybe Attorney Chavez, is there any reason it has to be 90 days out? I know he put that in his notice, but is there a way you can go ahead and accept it and make it effective at an earlier date, and then you could appoint somebody and move forward? I don't know the legal side of that, but that might be something to consider as well. And I did reach out to Constable Carmen about withdrawing his election paperwork. He hasn't heard, I've never heard back from him. I could certainly take some more action on that if the board would like me to do that as a follow-up. We've had interactions back and forth, but on this, he's gone quiet. So
very strange circumstance.
Yeah.
As a side note, Joseph Collins from the Elections Department said that there's no Democratic candidate, but someone can still file as a write-in candidate if they so choose.
So I guess it's really up to the board. Do they want to set a timeline for filling this term, which is like 4 months, or do they want to rely on the other constables, sheriff's office, private party servers, and the courts to help us along through 4 months? That's a decision.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We should probably come up with a method to replace him, because at least if we do that, it puts it out in the public and lets them know that there's a vacancy. And then people that are interested in that job should come forward.
Yeah.
Even if we set that out, the replacement's going to be in 90 days.
Right.
So what we normally do is advertise the vacancy.
That's right. We did that for recorder's office. We've done that for several that have stepped down prior to the end of their term. I think it should be similar to that, even though it's a little bit unorthodox of a situation. Does the board want to basically follow the same process that we've used to appoint we did it for the recorder's office. We've done it a couple times.
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Borelli, thank you, sir.
Yeah, so we appoint somebody now, that's going to be just for the interim until the election. If you're understanding what you're trying to say, obviously it'd be great if he just withdrew his nomination, and then, of course, the county party can actually appoint somebody for the general election. But if we're just gonna, I mean, he's not working now, or is he just hanging on for a transition? Is there any feedback on that?
This constable has submitted his resignation. As of this morning, this board has now accepted his resignation that he submitted. So now we're put into the strange position with him not pulling his paperwork yet, of either going through a process to appoint for the remainder of his current term, which goes through the current calendar year, or working with the courts to use the other constables, the sheriff's office, and private process service for the remainder of the year.
So, Mr. Chair, if we treat this like any other elected position, then way I understand it, then Mojave County Republican Central Committee would have to find three people applying, and then the Board of Supervisors would have to fill that vacancy. So I think this still falls back on the party.
I think what we've done, I'll use the recorder's office. Our last term, Supervisor Gould and I's last term, we had to replace Christy Blair. What we did is we had a time period where we're taking statements of interests and resumes. The board, those were then transmitted to the Board of Supervisors. They reviewed those. We held interviews and executive session, and then we made an appointment for the remainder of the current term. Is that about what you recall?
Yes, Chairman. The party forwarding three names, that's the process to replace a vacancy in the state legislature. That's not the process for this or for a supervisor or for any other county position. We get to set our own policy to fill the vacancy. We're given the authority to fill this vacancy. We should probably go, I guess it was 90 days, so we should probably go out 60 days and make that the deadline for people to get back to us with for potential appointment. That way we can have that ready to go. We can make that appointment. It's not just until October, though. It's going to be till the first of the year, I believe, is what Tingway Chavez. The term is effective until the 1st of January 27.
Yes, the unexpired term I believe will be by the end of this year. So if we appoint another officer, it will be starting from January 1st next year.
Well, the person who prevails in the election will then be sworn in on after the first of the year.
Yes,
not the day after the election.
That's right. Okay. That's correct.
So there's still going to be a couple of months that we're going to need to do something, along with the 90 days before that. So it's going to be 5 months.
Yeah. You would recommend that 60 days as far as interested citizens submitting the statement of interest, resume to the board, and then we can screen those and we have interviews if we want to in executive session like we did with the
same
recorder's
process
office.
that we used last time to fill a vacancy, except I think generally it was only 30 because the vacancy existed. This is a future vacancy, so if we go out 60.
Does that sound good to the remaining board members? Supervisor Latman? Okay. Is that a motion, Supervisor?
That's a motion.
Heard a motion, and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Mr. Logan, I just saw you signed up. Do you want to come up and speak on this item? Okay, thank you. That brings us to item number 45. We spoke about this in executive session, but I'll let the public know. A few years ago, our Board of Supervisors, we partnered with Yuma County, City of Yuma, La Paz County, over the Greenstone, which was a hedge fund, and Queen Creek water transfer. They went to a little community down in La Paz County, still in LD 30, called Cibola, and they transferred a little over 2,000 acre feet of water for the first time, going over 200 miles east off of the main stem and descended to Queen Creek. It wasn't just a transfer of water, it was a transfer of wealth. You have to have water in order to create wealth. So they get to grow at our expense. We ended up litigating against the Bureau of Reclamation. Our form of relief was that we didn't think that they did a thorough enough job in their analysis. We required that they do a full-blown EIS process due to the precedent setting, the first time this has ever happened, the precedent setting nature of this transfer, and to have that in place, because we know that this is not going to be the last time that we see proposals with everything that's going on in the water world, proposals to transfer water away from our rural communities on river down to urbanized areas so they can continue their growth. We won that case. The Bureau of Reclamation was directed by the judge, Liberty, to do that full-blown EIS. They basically say, they being the BOR, have basically said they're not going to comply with that order. So what we're looking at doing now is potentially taking them back into litigation to have the federal judge hopefully force them or compel them to comply with the judge's original order. We think that's important. We're reaching out to our other litigation partners from a couple of years ago, and we'll let everybody know, but that's what we're talking about today with item number 45. And with that, I'd open it up for additional discussion or a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we authorize the board's attorneys to proceed with all necessary actions to file a motion to enforce the judgment in CV 22-08246, PCT MTL, County of Mojave versus U.S. Bureau of Reclamation pursuant to Rule 70 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, and in the alternative, or in addition to, authorize the filing of a motion for an order to show cause regarding civil contempt.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, Board. We'll move to the call to the public. Mr. Sam Harrison? Chuck DeShazer, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Board and Supervisors. My name is Sam Harrison. My address is 3699 North Velvet Antler Road, about 35 miles east. I'm sure I've known several of you for several years now, but for the rest of you, I wanted to be able to put a face with the name. I'm the guy that sent you my resume for the constable position that's coming open. So if there's any questions that anybody has for me, I'll be happy to answer them. Otherwise, now you know who I am.
Thank you, sir. Chuck DeShazer?
Chuck DeShazer, 8778 Polaris Road, Topok, Arizona. I'm back on the subject of the Topok Elementary School. I've just placed up here what was on their website. It has to do with their last year's staff. We have a principal / superintendent / fifth grade teacher hiring her sister to be the bookkeeper. Her nephew is the third grade teacher. He's 21 years old. He's started teaching, or he started working for the school, according to her, when he was 15 years old and graduated from janitor to teacher. And then if you look at page 2, they pay their teachers $63,500 is the average teacher pay. Well, the update I've just found is the new website is showing that he's now going to be teaching 7th and 8th grade without any certification, along with you have just an amazing amount of nepotism going on in this school over there, and we don't know what's going on. This is the budget for next year that was proposed that you guys voted to accept today, with the exception of Mr. Gould. And if you look at this particular line item, I'll let you know that because of that tax increase, the rate increase that they did last year, they went from $723,617 to $1,181,654. but yet their carry forward this year was $339,000, which is a third of a million for those that aren't as quick as I am sometimes. There was no reason for that tax increase as I see it, because they only have 60 students in this school. And now you guys have really done it. You've made me have to run for school board over there to try to fix the problems that are going on. So I hope you're happy now. Thank you.
Scotty McClure? Harmon?
I'm in Stanger, Fort Mojave, aka the German. This is the intersection of Aztec and 95, where the bums sit and beg for money all day long. That's the garbage they leave behind. As far as I'm concerned, they should be charged with criminal littering. It's getting out of hand what is going on in our county with all this begging, sitting on the street, throwing their garbage right into the street. This is where Mr. Messner towed a fifth wheel away and left the garbage behind. Nothing done about it so far. I think Development Services should go after him and make him clean it up and fine him. And then the other thing I have is the intersection of 95 and Aztec Road. You have frontage road there. Everybody misses the turn off the frontage road and just drives down the embankment and drives frontage road and then cuts in front of the red light, blocks the eastbound traffic, and something needs to be done about that intersection. It's getting ridiculous. People are stopping in front of the light, down the embankment, take the shortcut. Is there a way that we can put a barrier up there or something? So they can't drive down there anymore. And then the other problem with it is, you come out of Safeway, they go south on 95, take the center lane, and want to turn from the center lane into the turn lane down to Pontet Road. It's ridiculous the way it is down there. I'm sure Supervisor Gould had an earful about it already, and I really would appreciate it if something is done about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Armin. That's it. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.